nothing new for you to use. I've got no new right to amuse you. I've got no desire to use you. But anything that I could do never be good enough for you. If you can't help it, then just leave it alone. Leave it alone. Yeah, just forget it. It's really easy. I believe I forget it too. Still, you're keeping me around till
Disconnected. We should be back. For confirmation that you're never gonna use your started gun. Unless he's me, it sounds like being him just wasn't that much fun.
anything that I could do never be good enough for you. If you can't help it, then just leave it alone. Leave it alone. Yeah, just forget it. It's really easy. I'll just forget it too.
Coast to coast, coast to coast.
I'll do what I can so you can be what you do.
Coast to coast, coast to coast.
I'll do everything I can so you can be what you do. Coast to coast,
Coast to coast, again, riding dragons every fifth Sunday. Oh my Lord, I fell asleep one day.
anything that I could do. Is there anything that I could do
That someone doesn't do for you.
that someone didn't do for you? That I've already done for
I'm gonna let the intro, I'm gonna extend it by a few minutes, just make sure it's stable since it did disconnect so quickly. Welcome everyone to a very, very special episode of Sordid Underground. Got a big show today. Should start my live stream now? It is started. This is literally, it started, it's live. This is my live voice coming to you across the internet for a series of tubes.
I met her in a club down in Old Soho where you drink
This is all pre-recorded.
like Coca-Cola.
If this was pre-recorded, I would like to think it wouldn't be such a fucking mess. So, like, it would actually, like, dark brown voice, she said, Lola, hello, LA, Lola, la 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 Lola.
Well, I'm not the world's most physical guy, but you squeeze me tight.
She nearly broke my spine.
Oh my Lola, la 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 Lola.
Yeah, I have seen Cyrax. I'm somewhat familiar. She walks like a woman and talks like a man. Lola. La 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 Lola. man.
Well, we drank champagne and danced all night under electric candlelight.
She picked me up on her knee and said, dear boy, won't you come home with me?
I'm not the world's most passionate guy, but when I looked in her eyes, when I almost fell for
Lola, la 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 la,
la 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 la.
bam 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 bam, Lola, la 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 la. I pushed her away. I walked to the door. I fell to the floor. I got down on my knees. I looked at her and she at me.
That's the way that I wanted to stay, and I always wanted
To be that way for my Lola. La 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 Lola. Girls will be boys and boys will be girls. It's a mixed up, muddled up, shook up world, except for Lola. La 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 Lola. Well, I'd left home just a week before, and I'd never ever kissed a woman before. Lola smiled and took me by the hand. She said, little boy, I'm gonna make you a man. Well, I'm not the world's most masculine man, but I know how I am, and I am man, and so it's Lola. I fucked that up. I know what I am, I'm glad I'm a man, and so is Lola. That's it. Alright, we seem good, seems stable, bit rate, stable. Welcome everyone officially to today's episode of Sordid Underground, a very, very, very extremely extra special episode. That was Coast to Coast by Elliott Smith, followed by Lola by the Kinks. And right now, this is a cover of Run Through the Jungle, the CCR song by a punk band called the Gun Club. How is everyone? Welcome. It's nice to see you all. Glad you're all here. You like this cover? It's a good cover. The Gun Club's kind of a more obscure punk band. They're around like Debbie Harry from Blondie. Actually sings backup on a lot of this album. Because it was produced by one of the members of Blondie. But yeah, they do a good cover of Run Through the Jungle. They also some of their wait, hold on. Okay. They've got some good hits like there's a weird, even though I think originally they're from like LA, but then did all their music stuff in New York City. So it's like new wave 70s, 80s kind of era stuff. But they've got kind of this like Southwest kind of like thing to their music. Like here's a good song by
over 2 miles, charm me from Of course it's far too much to bear, but you said you will, now you look away.
Look away.
Look away and leave me alone. I call up thunder, hands in the open sky. I call up thunder, to the wind in the open sky. To hear myself, to see myself. I call up thunder, I call up thunder. Will change home against your red dress, embedded in my brain.
It's kind of an interesting sound. My favorite song by theirs is Mother of Earth, although this is kind of a sad song. I think it's the last song off this album. I think it's really beautiful, but it's kind of depressing. Bum 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 bum.
I'm going down the river of sadness.
This should be the theme to Genderqueer.
Gone down the river of pain.
Gone down the river of sadness, I've gone down the river of pain. In the dark under the wires, I hear them call my name.
I gave
You're the key to the highway, and the key to my motel door. And I'm tired of leaving and leaving, come back no more. Yeah, what is... Oh no, oh my dark-eyed friend. This is a good verse. I've recalled you again. Soft voices that speak nothing to the end. Sucker for some steel guitar. Mother of Earth, the blind they call, but yet stay behind the wall. Their sadness grows like weeds upon my thighs and knees. And that's a great song. All right. No more music. I'm too distracted already. I've wasted 16 minutes already just talking about music. And we've got a lot of things to actually talk about. How is everyone? Welcome. I'm glad you're all here. Happy to see you. Can't wait for more ear cancer from the queer book. I guess this is, you can say queer book to describe this, and that's not a slur. The name of the book is Genderqueer. It's the queer book. The MLK statue? I don't know if I can show that on YouTube. It's lewd. Yes, this credit to Kai Williams. Thank you very much to Kai Williams, who apparently they sent me, after I did the first Genderqueer Part 1 stream, I get on Discord and I have a DM, and I guess, you know, my art inspired them so much that they drew. Actually, let me pull up the complete, because that's a edit I made. The actual, they also like that they entitled it "Little Sordid." Let me see if I can here. This is this is what they sent me originally. Unfortunately missed the last round laser tag at my college. I'm sorry to hear that. Which legit, if anyone else out there wants to do any artwork or anything for the stream, unironically, like, this, like, made my fucking week. Like, I was very, I thought it was hilarious. It was made me very happy. You can make me a stick figure, rant Sona. And so I did a quick little edit of it and threw it in to replace. I'm not getting rid of. I feel like the original is too iconic, but you know, I've used that one. I've used this avatar for so long now that I don't ever associate it with Pikachu. Like, it never even crosses my mind that this is just a Pikachu template that was, like, a meme for, like, a couple days on 4chan, like, 10 years ago. Was to just, like, erase the Pikachu face and draw other ones in its place. And this one always amused me, so. But, this is damn good. This is a damn good, I mean, it's good enough that, like, it has to be good. Like, I would not do this out of the kindness of my heart. Fuck you guys. If Kai had sent me, like, a real shitty drawing, I'd be like, thank you, that's nice, and I would just never mention it again. And I feel like it captures the essence of Sordid. Not to refer to myself in third person, but Sordid's a little different from who I am in my day-to-day life. Let's talk about the news. How is everyone? Where should we fucking start? We have the MLK statue, which I don't know if I can show on YouTube. MLK statue. Now, chat, I want you guys to tell me what this looks like to you. Oh my god. It's there's this angle looks like eating pussy to me. Like like a face should be right here, and these should be the arms of one person, and this is the butt, and these are like the legs. Two hands holding up a poop log. Well, apparently it's based on a photograph. It's MLK and Coretta Scott King. Her wife, who was a good woman who stuck by her husband even while he cheated on her with white prostitutes regularly. That is true, by the way. I'm not making that up. On the night before he died, he was in he had a prostitute in his motel room with him. We know this because the U.S. government was spying on him. No joke. As much as I know it, like I feel like it's become like a meme at this point for me to say that the government's spying on someone, but they really do fucking spy on everyone. So they were absolutely spying on Martin Luther King, and I think they bugged his motel room because I'm pretty sure there's audio of him having sex with a prostitute. Yeah, so it's supposed to be this. This is the photo it's supposed to be based on, which is Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. hugs his wife, Coretta. Just a terrible name. Just nothing against the woman, but Coretta. It sounds like, I don't know. It sounds like a town in Southern California. Like, yeah, I can't afford. I didn't want to deal with living in LA anymore, so I moved out to Coretta. Rent's a lot cheaper out there. They film pornos out there. During a news conference following the announcement that he had been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize on October 14th, 1964. Now, I don't know, to be honest, I don't know that I've ever even seen this photo before. I don't know that, I certainly would not consider this a particularly famous photo. So why the fuck, and why would you just include this? Like, did they run out of money? Because I believe this statue cost $10 million. I think was the number I remember seeing. Hey, quite the sound, how are you? To be fair, when was the last time you saw a bronze statue actually looked good? Statue of Liberty. All I've ever seen are terrible ones. They either look like people melting or they're too abstract postmodern. No, they did not run out of money. MLK got what he deserved. He didn't get assassinated. Or if he didn't, he'd live long enough to see all he fought for right before him. Yeah, I would play the relevant Boondocks clip, but Malcolm X was more based. I do agree. To be my take on Malcolm X as a Jewish / white heterosexual man, I know that what is most important about Malcolm X and Martin Luther King is my opinion of them, and I kind of view them as two sides of the same coin. Like, I don't think either of them would have been as successful without the other. Like, and I think that Malcolm X being more militant made the U.S. government and Whitey, all the crackers, be like, hey, maybe we should listen to this MLK guy. Like, if you were white in the 60s and you were like, yo, who do I want black people following? MLK or Malcolm X? I'm gonna go with MLK. I think we might wind up better in that. We go with that guy. However, you will never see a picture of MLK. Like this. It's a really tiny fucking photo. What the fuck? Yes, that's a good way of putting it. Quite the sound. That is a very yes. Malcolm X was the Vegeta to MLK's Goku. Like, neither of them would have gotten as strong as they did without the other. There's an M2 carbine? I did not know that. But, and here's the quote that appeared with it, which is also quite based. Vigilant about possible attack. Why is this? Okay. Vigilant about possible attacks by quote-unquote assassins, Harlem leader keeps automatic carbine with... a journalist wrote this. Harlem leader keeps automatic carbine with full double clip of ammunition ready for action in his home. Quote, I have taught my wife to use one, he says, and instructed her to fire on anyone, white, black, or yellow, who tries to force his way inside. I don't think you'll see any images or hear any quotes like that from MLK. Carbine, not carbine. No, No, actually, it is when it is referring to the rifle. It is carbine. I don't know why, but when referring to the rifle, they say carbine. I learned that the hard way because I was pronouncing it carbine, and then I got corrected. And then I've noticed pretty much everyone, when they're referring to like the M1 carbine, calls it the M1 carbine. And like fun fact, the Garand, the M1 Garand, it should be pronounced Garand, not Garand. Little known fact, because it is a little bit shameful. It was designed by a Canadian, the M1 Garand, and he had a French last name, and he was like, "It's now I can't remember which is which. It's not." He's like, "No, it's not. People are mispronouncing it. It's not Garand. It's Garand." But that one I'm not. I don't really give a fuck about. But you'll die on the hill that it's called carbine. Well, you may. Well, fuck, you might. If you're that passionate about what a gun, how to pronounce the name of a gun. escalate that argument real quick. Alright, so this is MLK Day. I hope everyone had a good MLK Day. That was 2 days ago. Oh yeah, present date, present time. I'm all over the fucking place. Wednesday, January 18th, 2023, 9:09 p.m. This is President Biden delivers remarks at the National Action Network, or NAN, MLK Jr. Day breakfast. I like how he just gets a breakfast.
Several years ago.
Did he really bring fucking Jesse Jackson there? Because I thought even black people didn't like Jesse Jackson at this point. Or is that Al Sharpton? Fuck, I sound really racist right now, but I get them mixed up because they're both fucking race-baiting hucksters. They're both just grifters. They exploit the suffering of their own people to line their own pockets, and that's it. But I thought even black people were like done with them at this point because of those reasons.
At this breakfast, then
I think that's Al
President
Sharpton.
Joe Biden spoke. We saw him as one that was a co-pilot with then President Obama on many of the interests of civil and human rights.
Speaking of which, I do have to play
Hunter, you know nothing about energy. You know nothing about China. You know nothing about anything, frankly. Hunter, you're a loser. Why did you get $1.5 billion, Hunter? And your father was never considered smart. He was never considered a good senator. He was only a good vice president because he understood how to kiss Barack Obama's ass. And they're always saying the same thing. Yeah, he got $1.5 billion. We admit it, they admit it, there's nothing. But always that same thing. President Trump made a totally unsubstantiated claim about Hunter Biden and his father. It's not unsubstantiated, you crooked son of a guns. It's 100% true. So China gives his son $1.5 billion. How would you like to have Joe Biden take over negotiations right now with China? I don't think so.
Yeah, I saw that this morning and it made me laugh a lot. I feel it's somewhat relevant.
So much so that I remember being at the table when we dealt with issues.
You still think he said son of gun? I don't know if Trump. Do you think Trump knows Ralph?
I sat next to him when
You think he? Do you think Trump or yeah? Do you think Trump used to listen to the kill stream?
I was sitting with Vice President Biden. Then a couple of years later, when he.
All right, I'm not gonna listen to. Okay. Oh, okay. He sings "Happy Birthday." I believe he's singing to Martin Luther King's granddaughter. And that's been one of the clips I've seen that's been going around. Son of a gun. Son of a gun.
Rev, make sure this is on.
Oh my God.
It's on. Hello, hello, hello.
We're off to a good start. Joe can't. Oh my God.
Hello, no ho. Okay.
Did he say no ho?
Rev, thank you very much for that introduction. And, and quite frankly, thank you for your partnership.
Has he got the coof
You've been a good friend
again
for a long time.
for like a
It's an
fifth
honor
time? Remember when?
holiday.
Remember when he got COVID like twice in 1 week?
King family, Martin and family. And I understand, you know, there's Martin III, we celebrate a legacy of your beloved father and mother. They worked for the beloved community, but congratulations.
Beloved,
today, the
beloved.
honorees, including your wife, who I understand is birthday today? Well, look, my wife has a rule in her family. When somebody's birthday, you sing happy birthday. You ready? Happy birthday.
Okay, get ready for this.
You. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Valen. Happy birthday to you.
Even the translator's laughing.
It's hell turning 30, but you got to put up with it. And Nancy Pelosi, who I think is literally, not figuratively, the greatest leader, House Speaker in American history. And Mignon Moore, a mover and a shaker in politics, and Ray Curry, a true champion for the dignity of workers. And everyone here.
I didn't understand like half of the words he just said.
From the civil rights community and...
Yeah, Nancy, when I think Nancy Pelosi, I think, God, she's just like MLK. She's done so much for the black community.
It's wonderful to be with you on this special day. Yesterday morning, on what would have been Dr. King's 91st birthday, I attended the Sunday services at Ebenezer. And I was...
Ebenezer Scrooge?
And moving for me. It was because we face another inflection point in our nation's history.
Do we?
One that's going to determine what this country looks like several decades from now.
We are?
So, this is a time for choosing.
Choosing.
Do we choose democracy over autocracy, or community over chaos, love or hate? These are the questions of our time that I ran for.
What if you had to choose between... Chat. What if you had to choose between... democracy or love? Then what would you choose? You can only have one.
President tried to help answer, and that Dr. King's life and legacy, in my view, show us the way forward. We just have to look back. We got to be prepared. With all of you here, together we made...
Okay, so one of the reasons I am playing this is because I'm this is where he starts talking about gun control during this speech. Which I guess is sort of a... I was actually just about to say that I found it kind of insensitive that he would use like a speech about MLK to talk about gun control, but now that I start to say it, I realize, no, that's probably a pretty appropriate situation considering the FBI blew his brains out. I mean, Ray Charles, or I can't remember the guy's name.
Important progress. 2 years ago, our economy was on its back, flat on its back.
The economy's flat on its back. It can't flip itself over. It's in the middle of the desert. The hot sun baking it.
People were hurting, particularly minority communities. Black Americans and other people of color were disproportionately hit. And Kamala and I and our administration acted decisively with the help of people in this room to not only rescue the economy from a pandemic.
I'm sorry. 2019 was the best economy in U.S. history. The economy's never been stronger than it was in 2019. The fact, like, I do not know a single person right now who is not struggling financially, who is not worried about the economy, who is not stressed about the current state of the economy, as well as the future of the economy. People do not have faith that the people. I don't hear anyone say, well, you know, it's going to turn around soon. Well, you know, this is just a temporary slump. It's people are straight up just like, man, I hope it doesn't get worse. I hope things start getting back, you know, returning to normalcy soon. Like, yes, and it's maybe, yeah, Trench 1918. It's who I can't actually remember who you are. I know, man. I usually can. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Sorry, but I mean your Discord name, by the way. But now I embarrassed myself. I lost my train of thought. Oh, the economy. Yeah, it's in the shitter. And I think I read the other day that 63% of economists, but not that you should put that much stock in what economists say, because I feel like I've seen them be wrong more than I've seen them be right about the economy, despite having fancy degrees and getting paid a lot of money to be experts in that field.
Downturn, but to lay the foundation for a stronger and more resilient and more equitable economy for decades
Or isn't there another username you go by, Trench?
to come. If you hold just a second, one of the things that I wanted,
Am I losing my mind?
it's a slight digression, but one of the big issues was with the pandemic. I wanted to make sure that we spent the time, effort, and had the mechanism to make sure that minority communities were not left behind.
And that's why, Spare 14D. But you never really... Okay, that must be why I had a hard time remembering it then. Never mind. Hi, Trench 1918. Sorry about that. Dr. Mobius! That was it. That's what I remember. Mobius. Okay. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's what I... Somewhere, I think I did have a notebook I kept by my computer. But I lost it. And I swear to God, I had a page in it where I would write down things like that. Like, I would write down, like, because people would come and be like, hey, it's me, so-and-so from Discord, or whatever. I just have a different YouTube username. And so many people did it that, yes, I remember that. I was flattered. How'd I do, by the way? I felt like, I seem to remember I died on my first mission or something like that. But,
That we're not left in the lurch.
I was gonna bitch about how, Biden talking about how, important it was for the pandemic recovery to, make sure that people of color, communities of color, were not left in the lurch, as he put it. You live, but your character is on my Xbox One XCOM 9 so I have to remake you. I've been remade before, bigger, better, stronger, faster, more productive. A pig in a cage on antibiotics. But, yet no one has faith in Biden to improve the economy. No one. And when he refers to making access, like taking care of communities of color, apparently what that really means is denying when they rolled out the vaccines, they had race quotas where they would literally tell white people, "I'm sorry, we've given out all the vaccines we can give out to white people." Like Dr. Drew has talked about this, where he bitched about how he went to get the vaccine, and he's like, "I'm literally a doctor in a hospital treating people with COVID," and the LA, whoever, I don't know, the LA CDC people were like, "I'm sorry, but your skin is white, and we've met our quota for white people for today, so move along." And then he got COVID, said it was really bad.
And the highest percentage of workers, minority communities were treated as, I mean, it was a single effort we had. And I'm very proud of the folks who ran that show, that we got it done. We got it done.
I like how he just admitted that he had nothing to do with it.
My whole career, which is only a couple years, I know. I know I don't look that way.
Haha, you're old. We get it, Joe.
Down economics. You and I have never liked it, have we? And
Who's he? He's pointing at a 7-year-old in the audience.
America is from the bottom up and the middle out.
Bottom up, middle out.
Middle class people do
That's
well.
how Joe Biden likes them.
Well. They still do very well, but they start to pay their fair share. 2 years in, it's clearer than ever that I think our economic plan is working. We've created nearly 11 million jobs, the strongest job growth on record for any president at this point in history.
Okay, this is Soviet Union levels of propaganda. Let me see if I can find this, because I think it's the official White House Twitter account tweeted this out. Jobs created, president. Yeah, the official White House Twitter account tweeted this out. Oh my god, why is it so small? Jobs created by president, average per month. We have Reagan here, H.W. Bush here, Clinton here, George W. Bush here, Obama here. Trump lost, according to this chart, lost every month on average, lost jobs. Biden, and these are measured in thousands of jobs created by month. So they're saying Trump, is that a negative 10, like 10? Trump lost about 10,000 jobs on average per month. Biden is gaining like 500,000 jobs per month, which made me realize if I ever run for politics, I am going to I'm going to bribe a bunch of politicians, sitting politicians, to be my buddies, right? And then I'm going to have them take everyone's jobs away, tell everyone they can't work, shut down everyone's businesses. And then when I get elected, I'm going to be like, okay, open them all back up, and we'll start counting them like new jobs, newly created jobs. These are not created jobs. These are people returning to work. It's just crusty. It's this is its size. But I didn't want to. It's the only one I saw. But that was yes, the official White House Twitter account sent that out. And or here's a good one. Here, President Biden on Twitter. There we go. President Biden. Last year was the greatest year of job creation in U.S. history. February 4th, 2022. And he posted you can actually read this one. Thousands of jobs created by month. Trump Oh, no, that was worse than I thought. They're saying Trump lost 50,000 jobs on average every month. And Biden has created 550,000 jobs on average every month since being in office. Like I said, this is Soviet Union levels of propaganda. Like, this is just completely shameless. Like, whoever made this should absolutely consider checking out of life, because you are a bad person, and you should feel bad. Like, when you lie on that massive of a scale. So now here's Joe talking about how, despite the economy, like, look around you. Does the economy seem like it's the best it's ever fucking been? Or do you have a memory that can remember a time before the pandemic? Because I do. I'm not a fucking goldfish. I'm not the brightest bulb in the drawer. Is that sharpest crown in the box? Whatever. But I can remember a time before 2020, and everyone was making money. Everyone was happy. Businesses were all doing well. There were all these small businesses. Now I drive around Austin, and it's like, oh, it's fucking depressing how many businesses, like locally owned businesses that have been around for fucking decades, are just shuttered. Like they're just all boarded up and covered in spray paint now. And it's because it's a Democrat-run city, and they shut everything down. And but no, Joe Biden's actually he's created more, like he's the economic wizard.
The unemployment rate is the lowest it's been in 50 years. And black unemployment is near record lows.
I don't believe that for a second.
Wages for black workers are up. I
don't believe that either.
Strongest years ever for small business creation, including black small businesses.
Oh, well, didn't Biden pass a bill, like COVID relief plan or something, that literally gave like millions of dollars exclusively to black people to start small businesses, but they had to be black?
Across the board, American families have a bit more breathing room. More black Americans have health insurance than ever in American history. And as of this 1st of January,
Jesus,
our legislation is kicking in from last year. Insulin now is capped at $35 a month for seniors on Medicare. instead of paying up to hundreds of dollars a month.
Wow.
Big pharma.
Big pharma.
Law we finally got passed with not much help from the other team. Big pharma.
Got to take a shot to Republicans.
Is in a situation where if they raise the drug price beyond the rate of inflation, they're going to pay stiff penalties for doing so.
Thank God inflation is fucking skyrocketing, am I right? Trump had what I think was a pretty damn good idea, and one I've never heard anyone else come up with, for lowering drug prices as part of his re-election platform, and that was that he was going to pass a law allowing Americans to purchase drugs from other countries, like Canada. Like, so if you got a prescription for whatever, you could get online and you basically order it from a Canadian pharmacy, and they'd ship it to you in the US. And so you would be paying those prices. Which is a rather good example of a free market solution to a problem Then Joe Biden, he's just like, well, you can't raise prices faster than the rate of inflation, but don't worry, inflation is fucking skyrocketing. It's for the time being, I think it's kind of leveled off, but like that's nothing to celebrate.
That's a fact.
That's a fact.
And so we're trying to bring things under control. We're seeing the same progress on energy costs. Folks can get tax credits when they install energy-efficient appliances in their home, like an energy-efficient dishwasher or heat pumps or electric vehicles if you're able to buy one of those.
If you're able to buy one of those. I'm glad they I guess they learned their lesson from Pete Buttigieg telling people if you don't like the price of gasoline, go buy yourself a $40,000 electric car. Multiple times he said that. What is it?
That have suffered the most consequences and been smothered by pollution, like Cancer Alley in Louisiana, or my home state, Route 9 in Delaware, where all.
Thank you, Doom. Kai Williams made it for me.
And we're making sure that these communities benefit
very
from the
honored
greatest
and flattered.
investment ever,
How are you doing, Doom? Nice to see
cleaner
you.
and safer environment, and the jobs that are going to go to clean up the environment are going to go to the folks in that community, good paying jobs. They're the ones that are going to get the job.
Oh, good. Jobs
So,
program.
folks, these are all pieces of a big new law that we passed. Now they're kicking in. Americans can start to feel the benefits of these laws in their everyday lives. But that's not all. We're implementing a once-in-a-generation infrastructure law with equity at its center. And I mean with equity at its center.
If there was I can't think of a faster way to get me to go, nope, I don't like it. Why is that flag circle behind him? And the Iranian, those are the African, black, red, and green. Hey, Kai, how are you? Yeah, if you would, I'd appreciate it. Thank you again. Kai, I don't know how long you've been here, but I've gotten this. I think this is the first time. This is the first time a lot of people have seen it. And I've gotten a lot of compliments on it. Thank you again, Kai, for the
Justice 40 initiative means 40% of all the benefits in this infrastructure law, which is over $1.2 trillion.
Jesus Christ.
Those benefits of certain federal investments flow directly to disadvantaged and underserved communities.
That means you guys, black people I'm pointing at. Liberia was land purchased by the U.S. For freed slaves to go to.
For example, 70% of the new infrastructure investments for shifting to electric school buses, for example.
Oh my God, what a waste of fucking money. Jesus Christ. This about the African support? Oh no, this is just it's from MLK Day. So he talked a little bit about Martin Luther King, and now he's just fucking talking. But my understanding is this is where the guns control stuff is.
So far, I've gone to disadvantaged communities where kids aren't breathing that polluted air from diesel buses. 70% so far has gone to minority communities, and a lot more is coming. We're modernizing American roads, bridges, ports, airports across the country.
Was it a colony?
And we're beginning to replace every poisonous lead pipe in America.
He always talks about that, and I'm like, and every time I think to myself, that can't, like, the president isn't in charge of plumbing. That seems like that would be like a local issue to replace plumbing. That doesn't seem like it would. It should be like the president should. I feel like he should be focused more on, you know, things like, I don't know, the economy, not starting World War III, Joe. I know you want to. I know you really want to, but you can't. You shouldn't do it, Joe. It'd be real bad. Oh, I thought it was about the big support that we started to help African nations. That is quite literally far too late in comparison to how long China's been. Yes. No, I'm aware of what you're referring to. That was, but no. We don't have the technology to have cheap electric cars or buses. No, we don't. That's my understanding is that's one of the reasons that Tesla is as successful as they are and have been is because their battery technology is like 5 years ahead of any other companies. Like,
we've already started, so every child in America, so every American can turn on a faucet at home or at school and drink clean water. A significant number of minority communities can't access affordable high-speed internet.
But will that water make you gay?
As you all know, and you've told me for years. Well, we're going to make sure that every community has access to affordable, high-speed internet so no parent has to drive to a McDonald's parking lot to have their kid sign up for connection to be able to do their homework.
Who's doing that? Does homework require an internet connection nowadays? I don't know. I'm an old fag. I haven't been in school in like decades. Like, you have to be connected to the internet to do your homework. Like when I was a kid, they gave you like papers or books.
By the way, it's going to create millions of jobs in the meantime. Folks, look, speaking of education.
I ain't got none.
Instead of photo ops, and I know I spent a lot of time, some are here from Delaware.
During COVID, everything was online. My sister had school given her. Right, but that even now they haven't gone back. See, I would have assumed by now, like most schools would have been like, all right, no more fucking Zoom chats because your parents were listening to all the degenerate shit we were saying and causing problems. And the FBI had to get involved, start spying on your family. Why would they go back? Because working from home is a poor substitute for being there in person. You're not as engaged. Your sister's gone back. Book. Your sister's gone book. I'm sorry to hear that. It's just that I think it's far easier to give online homework, so they just do that now. Hey, Force Mono, how are you? Welcome, everyone. Force Mono is here. Welcome, Force Mono. Force Mono's entered the chat. Actually, wait, at least I get like a... This is what I should have played, is stuff like this, like...
Oh, hi, Mrs. Rhodes.
No, I want the, like, when, in old sitcoms, when a hot woman would walk in, and the crowd be like, "Ow! Woo, woo, woo!" Like...
The controversial reason...
No, I don't... Alright, we're done with this. Now I'm irritated. Yes, welcome, Force Mono. Great to have you. No, I am right. Online doesn't work as well as in person. I know I'm right. Awooga! Ever noticed women were hotter when the picture quality was worse? Well, that's what makeup essentially is it's like, It's like it takes a woman's face from 1080p and drops it down to like 480p, just in real life. And then you go, hey, and then you go into a place like a bar where it's already, the lights are dimmed to begin with, and all of a sudden she's looking pretty good. I mean that the worst quality hides the flaws in your man. Yeah, just like makeup. Kelly Bundy was hot though. There's no Christina Applegate. I mean, there's no debating that. Also, Tia Carrera, who was in an episode. Bundy Bounce. Is that it?
Lantos. Aluminum. Kelly. Latte.
Hi, Kelly. Been practicing.
Nope, don't need to. I'm slam dunking this baby.
You seem pretty confident for someone who got tension headaches during smiling class.
This was such.
So, what are you doing?
I can't believe my. I can't believe my parents let me watch this as a kid. But
I guess
I'm
I'll have to
so.
wait till the curly tail disappears.
But at the same time, I'm so grateful because
Sue die down.
this is such a good like early '90s sitcom.
Slut. Skank. Tramp. Can't accessorize.
That hurt.
With you?
Foul tip.
Bud,
This is one of my favorites. Then we'll get back to the
sit down. Let me tell you the story of the Ferguson.
Ferguson toilet.
Now, these babies were made in Maine, you know, at the little Ferguson factory. It's the Stradivarius of toilets. My dad could play it like a violin. Yep, I'll never forget the time my dad took me on a trip to Maine to visit the factory. I had to go to the bathroom, and I begged him to pull in a truck stop. He said, no, wait till we get there. It'll be worth it. It was.
Excuse me here, Dad, but a toilet is a toilet.
Bud, the toilets today aren't worthy of the name. They come in designer colors, and they're too low. When you flush them, they make this little weak, almost apologetic sound. Not the Ferguson. It only comes in white. When you flush it, bang, whoosh. That's a man's flush, Bud. A Ferguson says, I'm a toilet. Sit down, give me your best shot. Oh, if only a Ferguson could speak the tales it would tell. Now I've got one of my very own. Yeah, I just wish Dad could be alive. Oh, look, Dad, I'm sitting on my own Ferguson. Just like you always knew I would.
You think that she's... You don't find the finish to be attractive, Force Mono? Did I ever tell you when I was very young this show would be only be on very late at night? My dad used to watch it, and I'd sneak out of bed to watch, even though I didn't know English. You've mentioned that you watching it as a kid, I think, but you didn't give that much detail. But yeah. There will always be, which is legit hysterically funny episode, although... I don't think they could get away with this today. The whole plot of the episode is that the guys tried to sneak off without telling the women for the weekend, so they could all go hang out at a cabin in the woods, but they accidentally wake the women up, who insist on coming with them, and then all the women get their periods at exactly the same time, and they become trapped inside the cabin because the bears and cougars and shit all smell their period blood. I didn't have them like surrounded. And so it's just like the three dudes, and they're just like stuck in there with these like horribly emotional, bitchy women, but outside are literal like animals, like ready to attack them. It's hilarious. Let me see. My point regarding this, there was some other show that looked a lot like Merit, except it featured some sort of talking stuffed animal. I was waiting for Al Bundy to like have an arc where he goes and talks to stuffed animal. You don't happen to know what that show was? No, I believe Married with Children was actually like that was like one of the last shows that they like exported to other countries, but would like recast everyone and like rewrite it for that country specifically. Like, you know, like All in the Family was originally like a British sitcom. Three's Company was originally a British sitcom called like Man About the House or something. And then they were like, oh, we'll adapt it for American audiences and we'll recast it and set it in California or Queens or something, you know. And so Married with Children, I think, was the same way.
I'm a big Delaware State guy. I went to the University of Delaware, but my political foundation was Delaware State College, HBCU. I said I was going to help HBCUs that haven't been getting the help they need. You know, the folks at HBCUs are as competent as anybody else, but guess what? They don't have the laboratories. They don't have...
I thought HBC was just an abbreviation for historically black, or HBCU was historically black colleges and universities, but he's talking about it like it's a specific university.
Because they don't have the endowments to build the laboratories for these good new paying jobs. And so we've delivered nearly $6 billion in funding to HBCUs to invest in next generation of black leaders.
Oh, well, there's another $6 billion down the drain.
That's a record, and that's a fact, and it's not going to stop. To help close the wealth gap, the racial wealth gap under Secretary Fudge.
What? What? Oh, man. Yeah, Secretary Fudge. I think we all fondly recall Secretary Fudge.
The wealth gap, the racial wealth gap under Secretary Fudge. She is leading the effort. We're expanding efforts to build black generational wealth.
Is that real? Is that a real person's name? I was expecting him to correct himself.
Like every other person who built their wealth. How'd they build it? Homes. They invested in the equity in their homes. That's how it got built.
What? Mr. Peanut. Yeah, Secretary Fudge and and Secretary Peanut.
You know, if you build in the last 25 years, you build a housing development on one side of an interstate highway.
Are we talking about ghetto, like, public housing now?
And you built the same one on the opposite side. And one is predominantly black and the other is predominantly white. Guess what? The value of the exact same home, built by the exact same builder, is more valuable on the white side of that highway than on the black side.
Gee, I wonder why that could possibly be. It's like he acts like this is a giant conspiracy. Yeah, maybe it's because white neighborhoods tend to be safer and cleaner and nicer to live in. than black communities. Like, as someone who grew up in a city that was basically like 50-50 white black. You meant the actual color of the house. You think that's what he means? That that's how deeply ingrained racism is? That white houses, if you paint a black house white, it becomes more valuable. So you think if you painted the White House black, it would lose value?
That's a fact.
That's a fact, Jack.
We're going to aggressively combat racial discrimination in housing, including working to restore the rule that says if a community gets a federal housing aid, it's not enough just to say it won't discriminate. It has to be meaningful, affirmative steps to overcome patterns of segregation.
What does that mean?
Give everybody a fair shot that lives there. The same thing. And by the way, if you live in one of those neighborhoods and you have the same exact car I have in the other neighborhood, you pay more for your insurance than that side.
Yeah, I wonder why. It's almost like some communities are you have less risk of something terrible happening to you in than other communities.
No basis for it.
None what? No basis. No basis. They just decided to do it for no reason.
None at all other than you're black.
That's the only possible explanation. Alright, this is what... Okay, people who think this way drive me nuts, because they look at outcome and they look at the outcome of a situation and work their way backwards. And if you do that, you combine that with a bias that you already possess and are looking to reinforce, guess what? You start with a conclusion, you work your way backwards, I bet you can contribute the cause to whatever the fuck you want.
And I'm white.
And I'm white.
Basis for it.
Thank you for clarifying that for us, Joe.
None at all other than you're black. And I'm white. We're also working with leaders to strengthen programs to redress the negative impacts of redlining. One of the things, I was a young county councilman, that's what almost lost me election, but I'm very proud of it, trying to take care of redlining and get rid of discrimination.
Oh, fuck you. Why would they? It's like he's... Is he gonna blow his brains out with 2 guns at the same time? When I click video, I want to see video. Why will they not show me video? Oh, maybe it's because they don't want me to actually see him talking about it. Oh, look, where's the original footage? I know it exists.
When I marched in the civil rights movement...
Oh, yeah. That's one of the reasons, by the way, Joe Biden... I read this last night. I was going to bring this up. You know how Joe Biden says things that are retarded and ridiculous? And I've mentioned several times before, I'm like... people, like his staffers have to have told him, stop saying that, Joe. Stop. Please stop saying that. It does not make you look good. It does not come across well. I was reading a story last night, and it talked about when he first ran for president, in 1987. One of the reasons he dropped out was he lied about marching in the civil rights movement. And they said in the story that his staffers at the time kept telling him, Joe, stop telling that made-up story. It's a lie. And your people, and he would go, okay, you got it. And then immediately, like, turn around and go and like, in his next speech, tell the exact same story that he'd agreed not to tell. So I don't think that's dementia. I think that's just him just being a dumbass.
I did not march with a 12-point program. I marched with tens of thousands of others to change attitudes. And we changed attitudes.
When I was 17 years old, like many of you, I participated in sit-ins to desegregate the restaurants and movie houses of Wilmington, Delaware. I came out of the civil rights movement. I was one of those guys that sat in and marched and all that stuff.
You just made it all up.
During the 60s, I was, in fact, very concerned about the civil rights movement. I was not an activist. I worked at an all-black swimming pool.
We've heard about that, Joe, where the kids would touch your hairy legs.
The east side of Wilmington, Delaware. I was involved. I was involved in what they were thinking, what they were feeling.
When he wasn't hiding from Corn Pop.
I was involved, but I was not out marching. I was not down in Selma. I was not anywhere else.
I was working at the pool.
A kid who got a dose of exposure to what was happening to black Americans when I'm in my own city.
He resurrected the lie decades later.
You know, when I was a teenager in Delaware, for real, I got involved in the civil rights movement. We have the 8th largest black population in America. Most people don't know that. And I'd go to 8 o'clock Mass, then I'd go to Reverend Herring's church where we'd meet in order to organize and figure where we were going to go, whether we were going to desegregate the Rialto movie theater or what we were going to do. I got my education for real in the black church. And that's not hyperbole, it's a fact.
But I got my education, Reverend Doc, in the black church. Not a joke.
What is he talking about?
We used to get organized on Sundays to go out and desegregate movie theaters and things like that. We do it through the black church. I was no big shakes, Reverend, in the civil rights movement. I was just a kid. I got involved in desegregating movie theaters and helping, you may remember Reverend Moyer in Delaware and Herman Holloway organized voter registration drives, coming out of black churches on Sunday, figuring how we were going to move.
In October, I was invited to the National Civil Rights Museum in Memphis to receive the Freedom Award. A thing when I sat in black churches in the east side of Wilmington getting ready to, and by the way, next to two Jewish rabbis.
What? I don't... So he's in a black church, but he's sitting next to two Jewish rabbis? What the fuck is going on? Like, that's like the beginning of a racist joke. Like a black... two rabbis and Joe Biden walk into a black church.
Getting ready to go out and desegregate movie theaters in Delaware. I never ever
He just wanted to go to the movies. That's all he's talking about.
Thought in my life I would be worthy of, and I'm still not sure I'm worthy of it.
So those are all lies. Joe Biden, racial jungle, I think was the expression. Independent fact check. Partly false. I like how, yep, they want to fact check this. And the first result is CNN. Jesus Christ. I hate this about YouTube. Like, if I type that in, it should just pull up. The exact clip. Here you go.
If I'm a felon, just coming home from a 20-year sentence because of Joe Biden and that bullshit bill that him and Hillary put forth.
Another thing about how perspectives change over time. Bobby Rush, member of Congress, said the other day, "I'm ashamed that I voted for the '94 crime bill." You ashamed of that bill?
Not at all. In fact, I drafted the bill, as you remember.
I know that.
Unless we do something about that cadre of young people, tens of thousands of them, born out of wedlock, without parents, without supervision, without any structure, without any conscience developing, because...
Careful where you go with what you're... Because why, Joe?
They literally, I yield myself 3 more minutes, because they literally have not been socialized. They literally have not had an opportunity. We should focus on them now, not out of a liberal instinct for love, brother, and humanity, although I think that's a good instinct.
Not because we care, but because these people are a drain on our taxes, and you know, we need to funnel more of those taxes into bullshit wars and construction projects and government contracts for my buddies, so then they can turn around and funnel it back into my fucking pocket.
But for simple pragmatic reasons. If we don't, they will, or a portion of them will, become the predators 15 years from now. And Madam President, we have predators on our streets. That society...
That is one thing I would trust Joe Biden on, is predators. I bet if anything Joe Biden says about predators, I'm like, listen, he's an expert.
He has, in fact, in part because of its neglect, created. Again, it does not mean because we created them that we somehow forgive them or do not take them out of society to protect my family and yours from them.
Who's them,
they are
Joe?
Beyond the pale, many of those people.
Those people.
Beyond the pale. And it's a sad commentary on society. We have no choice but to take them out of society.
Sieg Heil!
Mass incarceration has put hundreds of thousands behind bars.
Congress has had the name Joe Biden on that bill.
Policies destroyed millions.
For mere...
Wait, what is this?
Figuring out whether you're for me or Trump. But I tell you, if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, and you ain't black. Take a look at my record, man.
When I marched in the civil rights movement, I marched with tens of thousands of others.
He had not actually marched during the civil rights movement and kept telling the story anyway.
I came out of the civil rights movement. I was one of those guys that sat in and marched and all that stuff.
Now, his aides went back to say, look, he was in office marching for the idea.
That's not the word marching
on Twitter.
I was not out marching.
If you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
They're going to put you all back in chains.
And you ain't black. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
I forgot about that one. He did say that. I forgot. I can't. Joe. That's how much dumb shit Joe Biden says, that he can make a comment while campaigning like, poor kids are just as bright as white kids. And it's like, add that to the pile.
You ain't black. You ain't black. You ain't black. You ain't black.
The most racist thing a person could tell me is that I'm supposed to choose something based on my race.
You ain't black.
Alright, well, I wanted him talking about desegregating schools, and he made a comment to the effect of, that he didn't want, or he opposed busing, where basically they bust white kids and black kids into different schools to desegregate them by force, I guess. Because it's like, it wound up in kids... I just know it resulted in kids having to, like, ride the bus, like, an hour to and from school every day when there was a school that was like a 5-minute bus ride closer to them. No, that Kanye segment did not age well. I believe I am. I believe I'm in Lone Server. Let me check. I might, you know what? I don't think, actually, no. If you could send me an invite, that'd be great. Because my whatchamacallit, last account got, showed for being in a snail server. Hold on, let me get caught up on chat real quick. You mean like how feminists are focused on how women aren't as successful instead of focusing on becoming successful? Yes, Force Mono, that's a perfect example. It's like when women complain, you know, like, there are only 3 Fortune 500 companies that are run by women, and my reaction is always to that kind of shit is always like, who the fuck would want to run a Fortune 500 company? It's not like, you're not like the Monopoly man, where running a company means that you just sit in an office smoking cigars and shit. Like, that's like you never stop working kind of job. Like, that sounds horrible. It is like an AI wrote his lines. Black church with Jews, yep. Just two rabbis and a pedophile walk into a black church. So it does sound like a Blazing Saddles skit. It reminds me of that joke. You guys hear the one about the Catholic priest and Jewish rabbi are walking down the street, and they see a little kid walking towards them, and the Catholic priest leans over and he whispers to the rabbi, "Hey, you want to screw that kid?" And the rabbi looks back at the priest and goes, "Out of what?" But all it comes up is CNN's. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, ha ha ha. Imagine living a life of causing so much pain, suffering needlessly, and then be at the end of your life with one foot and show no remorse at all. Yeah, that's the politician. That's why I think it's funny, like, when politicians, like, all gang up on a like, I was watching a bunch of Republicans, like, disavow George Santos earlier today, or yesterday, I don't remember. But, which, I mean, he deserves, but I was like, look at all these fucking hypocrite, like, it's funny to watch a bunch of, like, fucking sociopaths pretend like they're not just as much of a fucking lying sociopath as the person that they are disavowing.
We're launching a $1 billion pilot project funded by my bipartisan infrastructure law that Nancy made sure we got passed. Nance, thank you. To help reconnect communities where highways have physically broken them up and locked out predominantly black communities from opportunities for economic growth. In the city of Wilmington, Delaware, where I'm from, well, guess what? I-95 goes up through what used to be a predominantly black neighborhood. Well, now you got 7, 8, 9 lanes, common exits and on ramps and off ramps that divide the community. It's lost its coherence. Well, there's remediation money in the
That's called the expansion
infrastructure bill to be able to pave over that, to have so that's a tunnel instead of you put parkland in there, put recreation facilities in there, community centers in there. And finally, we're addressing the cruel fact that a black family's homes often appraised, as I said, at much lower value.
I wonder why that could possibly be. This is.
We can't bust heads like we used to, but we have our ways.
Oh, you got it.
One trick is to tell them stories that don't go anywhere. Like the time I caught the ferry over to Shelbyville. I needed a new heel for my shoe. So I decided to go to Morganville, which is what they call Shelbyville in those days. So I tied an onion to my belt, which was the style at the time. Now, to take the ferry cost a nickel, and in those days, nickels had pictures of bumblebees on them. Give me 5 bees for a quarter, they say. Now, where were we? Oh, yeah. The important thing was that I had an onion on my belt, which was the style at the time. They didn't have white onions because of the war. The only thing you could get was those big yellow ones.
I often think of that clip when I'm watching Biden speak.
Then the homes owned, the same home owned by white families. Black small businesses are the engines and the economic glue of any community. I need not tell anybody in this room.
I do not. No, that's not true. The U.S. economy does not run on small black-owned businesses.
Restaurants.
It runs on the military-industrial complex and the war machine.
Law firms, barbershops, beauty shops. These are the.
That's racist as fuck, dude. He just lists like
restaurants, law firms, barbershops, beauty shops.
You know, places that'll cash your paycheck for you. Liquor stores.
These are the folks that hold the community together. They're the ones that sponsor the
most of those are owned by Asian immigrants.
Little League. They're the ones that sponsor the church events. They're the ones that sponsor the local volunteer fire company. They're the ones that sponsor everything. They keep a community going. Well, to hold that community together, we need to encourage more of that. So I'm proud I signed a law that permanently authorizes
Oh, God.
the Minority Small Business Development Agency for the first time in our history.
What does that mean?
And it gives
Why would I love when people just start clapping and it's like what
expanded authority to help even more black-owned businesses grow.
He did.
My administration also oversees hundreds of billions of dollars in federal contracts, from everything from refurbishing the deck of an aircraft carrier to installing handrails in a federal building. Well, I determined a long time ago when I first.
That's a very specific example, which makes me think that Biden has had meetings where he's like, I need handrails in all the fucking federal buildings. I have you seen how often I fall down?
First got in that, there's a law that was passed in the late 1930s.
Thank you for clarifying.
You, in fact, are going to spend taxpayers' dollars and the president has to authorize where that's spent. It should be spent on American-made products by American businesses. Well, guess what? We're doing it. And an awful lot of people are going to work. An awful lot of people are going to work. And folks...
The black audience doesn't sound that thrilled about the idea of a lot of having to go to work.
In that, when we award those contracts, I made a commitment, increasing from what is now roughly 10% of those contracts going to minority businesses to 15%. To 15%
Wow.
by 2025.
Wow.
The share of those dollars are going
Joe,
to small business and disadvantaged businesses, including black and brown-owned businesses.
You are such
That's
a
gonna
friend
mean
to
an
the
additional
black community.
$100 billion going into the creation of these small businesses. $100 billion. And we're doing all this while being fiscally responsible. We're making sure the
Fiscally responsible? Nigger, you just passed... What was it? Like a $1.5 trillion omnibus package? Like, that is the furthest thing from fiscally responsible.
wealthiest and biggest corporations finally start paying their fair share. Far from it so far. If you hold a second, we're talking about, you've heard me say, and I apologize for repeating it. There are over 55 companies in the Fortune 500 companies.
It's like listening to like a fucking first grader try and give a book report on a book they haven't read.
Made $40 billion in 2022 or 2021. You know how much they paid in taxes? Zero. Not one single penny.
No.
If you're a local cop, you're a local firefighter, you're a local nurse, you're going to pay 24 to 26%.
I don't think the tax rate is that high for blue-collar workers, city
They're paying
workers.
zero. Well, we increased the corporate minimum tax. I want to go back at it. Increased the minimum tax to 15%. Now, that's not a whole lot for one of these major corporations. But no one earning, by the way, no one earning less than $400,000 a year pays a single penny more in taxes. But
That's a lie. He said that during campaigning. That's already he's broken that promise.
15% seems to me to be a bare minimum what corporations making tens of billions of dollars should be paying. And we're making this progress at the same time reducing the deficit. You know, you're going to talk about big spending Democrats again? Guess what?
Oh God, he's busting out the creepy whisper voice again. I fucking hate it when he does this. Also, yeah, dude, this is all straight up lying. Like, I don't want to sound pessimistic, but guys, 2023 not going to be a good economic year.
I reduced the deficit last year $350 billion. And this year,
I'm raising it by $500 billion.
The deficit is down $1 trillion plus.
That's not true. Okay, let's U.S. debt clock. Their U.S. debt clock.org. This keeps a live running fucking tally of the U.S. national debt. It breaks it down into all these different categories. Let's see, what do we have here? Million. The current U.S. national debt is at about $31.5 trillion. These are his weird pickup lines. Do you think he whispers to them like that, like in their ear?
Hear me. That's a fact. And
You did not. You know it's not. It's a lie.
it's going to be 100.
I like how he keeps saying that's a fact. That's a fact. Which it's almost like that might be a tell. That might be a little cue, a little hint that whatever the fuck he just said is complete bullshit.
Hundreds of billions reduced over the next decade. But so what? These guys are the fiscally demented, I think. They don't.
Joe, that's a word you should not be throwing around.
They don't quite get it. To deliver equal justice under the law, we're building a federal bench with judges that reflect all of America. Your dad talked about give me judges and we'll straighten things out. Fair judges. Well, guess what? You probably heard of a lady called Ketanji Brown Jackson.
I haven't. Have you guys? Ketanji?
Made a commitment to you, Al.
Is that a sequel to
I'm going to appoint the
Jumanji?
first black woman to the Supreme Court, and she's about the smartest one of all of them, I might add.
Is there an opening on the Supreme Court? Have I missed something?
And by the way, we have appointed more black women to the federal circuit courts than every other president in American history combined.
Thank God, because when I hire people for important positions like judges, that's my main concern. That's my number one priority, is the color of their skin and whether they have a cock and balls or a pussy between their legs. That's what determines a good judge. Those are the metrics. Don't look at their record, don't look at their job history, don't look at their educational background. None of that matters. It's skin color and whatever the fuck you got between your legs, which, personally, me, I'm just smooth down there like a Ken doll.
Every single president combined. And by the way, if you see Dick Durbin.
And that won't, I guarantee you, this won't have negative repercussions ever. This won't lead to some fucking terrible consequences.
Senator Durbin from Illinois, thank him. Thank him, because he got them through. And as so many of you worked so hard to pass the George Floyd and Policing Act. But since the Senate Republicans blocked it last year, I did what only thing I could do. I signed a historic executive order that included key elements of that bill for the at the federal level. It bans chokeholds and greatly restricts no-knock warrants. It creates a national database for officer misconduct that must be placed in the national database. To tighten the use of force policies, to emphasize de-escalation. We have to retrain cops as to why should you always shoot for...
Here we go. This is it. Okay, this is something he said on the campaign trail. And then he kept saying it, and this is an example of a thing where he would say it, and I would see him say it, and be like, surely his campaign people have told him, Joe, stop saying that. That's stupid. And it's a terrible idea. He's going to start talking about how we need to, and he has not mentioned it. He dropped it. And now all of a sudden, he's bringing it up again. And, basically, well, here we go.
In the national database, to tighten the use of force policies, to emphasize...
He wants to tighten up the use of force policies.
De-escalation. We have to...
De-escalation.
Retrain cops as to why should you always shoot with deadly force. The fact is, if you need to use your weapon, you don't have to do that.
If you need to use your weapon, you don't have to do that. And I'm assuming that means deadly force. So how the fuck do you reduce police violence while encouraging police to shoot people to wound them? Like, what he is suggesting would literally increase the amount of police shootings, because he's going, look, man, you don't need to shoot to kill, just shoot them and maim them.
And look, to call a fresh approach to recruit, and how we hire, how we train, how we promote, and how we retain law enforcement.
Maybe don't treat them like shit, because I guarantee you, every good cop has quit since Joe Biden and the Democrats and the Summer of Love 2020. Reminder that Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, their campaign raised publicly, they solicited donations openly to bail out rioters in Minneapolis who were arrested and being held for violent, destructive acts. His campaign raised money to pay off their bail so they could get them back out on the streets so they could set more shit on fire and attack more people.
They come from the neighborhoods that they serve and know the people they're charged to protect. Now, I know a lot of people say community policing is not a good idea.
I think it's a good idea.
In Wilmington, Delaware.
Who says community policing is not a good idea?
With the old neighborhood I used to work in on the east side called the Bucket, they need protection. They're asking for protection, overwhelmingly black community. But they want cops who are fair. They want cops who know their communities. They want cops who are going to be doing it by the numbers. And folks, that's tied to more community policing and advancing public trust and safety. Now, that's also why...
All right, I think this is...
About a month after Buffalo and Uvalde, and
I
visited both, I signed the first major gun safety legislation in nearly 30 years.
All right, here we go. Gun control time. This is... Here we go. Literally, the Second Amendment. A well-regulated militia being necessary for the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Liberals like to argue that no, it's a well-regulated militia. That means government regulation of private citizens. Or that it means that you can only own guns if you're part of some kind of government militia. Now, the militia is the people. And at the time, well-regulated, in the context of its time, meant modernized. Because you had militias and you had what were called regulars, which meant they were like professional soldiers in a standing army. So, well-regulated militia basically means we need citizenry that are on par with the professional standing armies as far as their weapons and blah blah blah. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It already has been, but we'll ignore that for now. But that's literally what the Second Amendment says. Let's see what Joe Biden has to say about guns now. Now I'm gonna.
I'll say what
I'm going to light. I've had this blunt rolled. I actually rolled it last night. So now this is the part I'm gonna have to start smoking weed.
I said then, I'll say it. Gun safety legislation in nearly 30 years. And I'll say what I said then, I'll say it over and over.
Trubada Shabada pressure.
Again, I am going to get assault weapons banned. I did it once, I'm going to do it again. There's no social redeeming value. Deer aren't wearing Kevlar vests out there. What the hell you need a assault? No, I'm serious. And ban the number of bullets that go in a magazine.
Okay. That's not a funny joke. He tells it a lot. No one is shooting a deer 30 times. You would probably, I don't believe you would want like an AR-15 to shoot a deer. I don't hunt, but wouldn't you want like a 308? Like you would want a larger caliber than you would use on a human being to take down a deer. And you want to take them down in one shot, ideally. And Kevlar vests wouldn't stop a 5.56 round anyway. Kevlar is a lighter weight bulletproof vest. It's good for like pistol rounds, but I don't believe it would stop a 5.56 cartridge.
There's no need for any of that. I love my right-wing friends who talk about the tree of liberty is water with the blood of patriots.
Alright, this actually pisses me off. This actually really, really pisses me off. Because he goes, oh, my right-wing friends. There's
no need for any of that. I love my right-wing friends who talk about the tree of liberty is water with the blood of patriots.
Who talk about the tree of liberty with the blood of patriots. And he uses as a mocking voice. That's a Thomas Jefferson quotation, one of our founding fathers. Hi, Valiant Thor, how are you? And he butchered the quote. He literally just stood up there and mocked a quotation from Thomas Jefferson and misattributed it to my right-wing friends, as if he has any right-wing friends. But if you actually want the actual quotation, first of all, it's from a letter, and Thomas Jefferson's actually referring to, what was it called? It was a rebellion in Massachusetts. I can't think of the guy's name. But anyways, they had a rebellion, and it was like 4,000 people in Massachusetts literally took up arms. Like, you want to talk about the January 6th insurrection? No, this was a group of 4,000 men in Massachusetts who literally took up arms over taxation. And in this letter, blah, 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 he writes about some stuff. And then he says, wonderful is the effect of impudent and persevering lying. The British ministry have so long hired their gazetteers to repeat and model into every form lies about our being an anarchy, that the world has at length believed them, the English nation has believed them, the ministers themselves have come to believe them, and what is more wonderful, we have believed them ourselves. Yet, where does this anarchy exist? Where did it ever exist except in the single instance of Massachusetts? And can history produce an instance of a rebellion so honorably conducted? I say nothing of its motives. They were founded in ignorance, not wickedness. God forbid we should ever be 20 years without such a rebellion. The people cannot be all and always well informed. The part which is wrong will be discontented in proportion to the importance of the facts they misconceive. If they remain quiet under such misconceptions, it is a lethargy, the forerunner of death to the public liberty. So he's literally saying, even if people are fucking wrong and misinformed and take up arms against the government as a result, that's better than them feeling like everything's fucked up and the government blah blah. But what are you gonna do? Because that lethargy is the forerunner of death to the public liberty. You want people who are willing to stand up and fight for their rights and things, even if they're misinformed. And he goes on to say, we have had 13 states independent 11 years. There's been one rebellion. That comes to one rebellion in a century and a half for each state. What country before ever existed a century and a half without a rebellion? And what country can preserve its liberties if their rulers are not warned from time to time that their people preserve the spirit of resistance? Let them take arms. The remedy is to set them right as to facts, pardon, and pacify them. What signify a few lives lost in a century or two? The tree of liberty must be refreshed from time to time with the blood of patriots, and I think it's telling Joe Biden omitted this part, and tyrants. It is its natural manure. Our convention has been too much impressed by the insurrection of Massachusetts, and in the spur of the moment, they're setting up a kite to keep the hen yard in order. I don't know what that means. I hope in God this article will be rectified before the new constitution's accepted. That's the actual context, right? Here's Joe Biden. Here's what Joe Biden gets out of it.
Go in a magazine. There's no need for any of that. I love my right-wing friends who talk about the tree of liberty is water with the blood of patriots. If you need to work about taking on the federal government, you need some F-15s. You don't need an AR-15. I'm serious. Think about it. Think about the rationale for this.
Laughs in Afghani, laughs in Vietnamese. I mean, the fact, you realize that the Revolutionary War was what that was, right, Joe? That was literally British citizens taking up arms against their government, which at the time was the most powerful military on the face of the planet. Like, really? Really, Joe? Do you know nothing about American history? Does the term asymmetric warfare mean anything to you?
Yes.
You feel utterly and completely left out. You don't have any classified documents. Yeah, I've just started labeling things classified just so I feel like I'm part of it too. Looks like the British and Americans were both too busy losing their colonies to keep track of the classified documents. Revolutionary War tip. If you want to keep your classified information safe, don't leave it in Massachusetts. Maybe they came across some of Hunter's laptop material.
It's about money.
This is also I don't understand.
You don't need an AR-15. I'm serious. Think about it.
Okay, so if the AR-15 is ineffective, right? That's kind of what he's saying. He's like, you don't need an AR-15 to go up against the government. Come on, man. What good's an AR-15 gonna do you? Then why the fuck are you so concerned about it? If it's really that pointless and that useless, then why the fuck are you talking about it? Why do you give a shit? Why would you want to ban them?
Think about the rationale for this. It's about money.
I don't know what... That's a new one for me. That only the Second Amendment's about money?
Money, money, money.
Or is he just saying what... Is he just... has he completely gone off script and he's just... what's the term? A stream of consciousness saying whatever's on his mind. That would make more sense.
For this. It's about money. Money, money, money. Meanwhile, we're making historic investments in community violence interventions. Studies have shown that reduced violent crime up to 60%. We've seen this kind of impact in Baltimore and Sacramento. And by the way, even if I didn't want to do this, I'd be in real trouble. My daughter's a social worker, and this is what she does. And so if I didn't, I'd be in real trouble with my Ashley. You got an Ashley, we got an Ashley. You think I'm joking? I'm not joking.
I don't know what you're talking about, dude. You mean the Ashley that you took showers with beyond an appropriate age, according to her diary? The same diary that I believe James O'Keefe of Project Veritas wound up in possession of, but could not corroborate the authenticity of, so didn't publish anything about it. Yet the FBI raided his home at like 4 in the morning. When was the last time the FBI raided someone's home looking for like a little girl's diary?
And one other thing about equal justice. I'm keeping my promise.
Colonial
No
tea.
one, say it again, no one should be in federal prison for the mere possession of marijuana. No one.
I agree 100% with him on that one. But you know what? I forgot about this even. Remember Joe came out a while back and said that he was like signing some bill or some shit that would immediately release anyone who was in federal prison for simply possessing marijuana. And it turns out that the number of people currently incarcerated in federal prison simply for possession of marijuana is actually 0. So he just basically did absolutely nothing. He released no one. Literally no one. He basically came out and said, I'm going to release people. I'm going to release all these people that did this thing, of which none exist. What happened to Valiant Thor? Sleepy Joe speaks in spurts of incoherent madness and socialist jarbled talk. Same old garbage. Mumble, mumble, slur. Talking in circles and when he isn't circling back and gaslighting like crazy.
In addition to that, they should be released from prison and completely pardoned and their entire record expunged. So that if they have to ask, have you ever been, you can honestly say no. Folks, I just signed legislation.
That's you can't if someone asks, have you ever been in prison, you can't, and you cannot honestly say no. You can say no, but you can't honestly say no.
To cap the cost of phone calls.
What?
From prison.
Oh.
Prison. Prisoners charged.
It was expunged.
and incarcerated people. It's a step just to allow for some dignity. A lot of federal prisoners are put in prisons, and they shouldn't be, far from where they live. They should be able to communicate with their families, with their children. We brought Brittany Griner home just in time for Christmas. We have more to bring home as well. Last year, I also held the first of its kind White House summit against...
I do oppose privatized prisons. I think that's fucked up. Because when they build private prisons, like, they do make contracts with the state that do include clauses, like, I'm not making this up, like, the prison the population of inmates in this prison can never fall below 90%. So like the state has a contractual obligation to ensure that prison is always at minimum at 90% capacity. Shit like that's fucked up.
Hate-fueled violence that many of you call for and supported. And Rev, thank you for that as well. Together, we're saying out loud, and we're saying it clearly, that in America, hate will not prevail. As my dad used to say, but it's not original to him, he'd say, Joey...
And why would you attribute it to him? Yes, he does do mirroring a lot, and that's where a lot of the lying comes in. He drove a semi when he was talking to truckers. His house struck by lightning. The huge dump he took when talking to the plumber. That's really funny. That was genuinely a good setup because that was a good rule of 3, and like I was like, wow, I don't remember those things happen. And then I got to the third one. Bravo. Quite the sound. I predict there will be a Hallmark Christmas special next year starring Brittany Griner. She's the one that from Kentucky. That was the Kentucky No Knock raid or something, right? And I do oppose no knock raids. No knock raids are bullshit. Because, you know, my first, like, look, I'm gonna be perfectly honest. If I got woken up in the middle of the night because someone kicked in my front door, dressed all in black, with their face covered, and pointing a gun around, my first reaction would be to grab my fucking gun and unload it into them. Yeah, oh, no, you're right. You're right. Who am I thinking of? No, you're right, quite the sound. Brittany Griner is the basketball player that Joe Biden traded an arms dealer for, despite there currently being a former U.S. Marine in Russian prison on bullshit charges. Meanwhile, she actually broke... Look, I'm smoking weed right now, but if I were traveling to Russia, I'm not taking weed. Like, I could go a week without it. If I knew that the risk, like, I'm not going to Russia and giving them, like, and breaking their laws. It's like, you know, do I think that they used her as a political kind of tool because they tried to use her for propagandistic purposes, and and they sentenced her harshly because she was American and blah blah blah. Yeah, absolutely. They were like, we're going to make an example out of her, and we're going to make the Biden administration look bad. That being said, she was kind of asking for it. You don't get to say that often, but in this case, she was kind of asking for it. Valiant Thor, why do you retract your messages? Or why are your messages showing up as retracted? 4 out of 5 voice noise to buy is the same individual. Probably the whole WNBA trade. Holy shit, that's really funny. That's funny because it's true. Holy shit. I guarantee you that is no WNBA trade has ever been watched by as many people at work, random channel surfing. Oh, I'm glad you wound up here. Hold on. My tooth's killing me. I gotta take the other half of this pain pill. Oh, no, I was thinking about Chicken Kentucky, and I started going off on a rant about no knock raids, but... Yeah, I know they recently, like, the House Republicans requested, the logbooks, like the visitor logbooks for, Biden's home in Delaware. And I'm like, there's no way they're ever going to get those. Not because... Well, if they even exist. But, personally, the reason I think Biden goes to his home in Delaware all the fucking time is because he's getting medical treatment. And they don't have to log all of his fucking doctors coming and going and shit like they would at the White House. Watching from Los Alamos National Laboratory Isotope Production Facility. Wait, that's where you work? Are you serious? That sounds... Are you fucking with me? Because that sounds like, Because that sounds impressive as fuck. If that's where you're working.
Silence is complicity. Silence is complicity.
I thought I said science is complicity.
Remain silent, even if all we're doing is pointing it out and putting pressure on it to change. Silence is complicity. For example, with your help, I signed a law, 100 years in the making, to finally...
Okay, now, are you a theoretical physicist, or are you theoretically a physicist?
Lynching a federal hate crime.
Okay, first of all, I don't think hate crime should be a thing. Like, I don't think... Like, if you lynch someone, I think you should fucking be treated like the same, regardless of the color of the person you lynched. Like, that's a horrific thing to do to any... Like, is it worse if you do it to a black person than if you do it to a white person? Like, it's still a horrific thing to do to someone. Like, why should the like, I don't understand why. What if you lynched a black person, but it was because you caught him having an affair with your wife? So it wasn't really his skin color that was the motivation. Is it still a hate crime if you're white? They're ditching Biden. I agree. I actually agree. What's happening here is they don't want Biden to run in 2024. Now they're turning on him and the nitpicking only Rambo. When the alligators start eating their own, the swamps eating crud. Yeah, I was gonna get to that. That is my theory as well. Is that the DNC does not. I don't think the DNC ever wanted Biden to run for a second term. I don't know if they ever intended for him to finish out his first term. I think, notice how shielded Biden has been kept from the public and reporters throughout his entire presidency, and then we get all this document shit, and they're throwing him out in front of the camera, when he's clearly incoherent, and which is something that they would not have done a year ago. A year ago, we probably would not have seen this. And I suspect that a few months before the election, he'll either say that he has cancer, or he's having some kind of, or he'll just come out and say he has Alzheimer's, and that he's going to have to step down, or the other. They might be with doing the documents thing. What if this special counsel that's been appointed, they slow roll the investigation, and then a few months before the election, they come out and they say, yes, we have found that Joe Biden, as vice president, broke the law when he took these documents and blah, 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 and he's violated article blah, blah, blah. Because there is an article in the Constitution about, if you currently hold office and illegally steal classified documents, you basically forfeit your office immediately. And they'll come out and they'll announce that a few months. They'll be basically yeah, we think he's guilty of it. And then Joe Biden resigns, and he apologizes. He falls on his own sword, resigns, and they then use that and try and contrast it with Trump, who's running for office despite having been in possession of classified documents, and try and use that as a political propagandistic maneuver, which could be really effective if they pulled it off right. I could also see this negative press as a mercy killing. If his cognitive decline is increasing rapidly, they may be trying to push him to pasture to keep from further embarrassment. I don't know, dude. This is pretty embarrassing. The other advantage of having him leave the presidency a few months before the election in 2024 is Kamala will become president, and she will be new start. Notice how Kamala, she keeps a lot of distance between herself and Joe Biden. I do not think that is an accident. And she's been very MIA as a VP, I feel like. And so I feel like they want her to come in a few months beforehand, and they can be basically throw Joe Biden under the bus, and anything the Trump campaign tries to criticize the Biden admin for, Kamala Harris's campaign goes, well, that wasn't us. We wouldn't have handled it that way. Joe was the president at that time, and as we know, he was having issues. And so it's really unkind and uncalled for to criticize him when he did the right thing. He took responsibility. He realized he was having these issues, and how it took a lot of courage for him to publicly admit something like that. Hold on, the black budget world is mostly conservative. However, they are prohibited from disturbing civilian affairs. They know mostly all and see mostly all. I'll give you an example. When a brilliant mind has a thought in their brain with magical insights that is world-changing, the black budget world already knows we have technology at that level. Spyware is he practicing word salad? She'll be liked him. Thank you, Valiant Thor. I guess you're taking off. It's been very nice having you here. It's very interesting talking to you. Hope to see you again soon. Have a blessed night as well. And you are correct. Quite the sound. She might outdo him on. She's not even senile, and she'll like.
To silence, as your dad said, the crying voice of little Emmett Till, screaming from the rushes of the Mississippi. Folks,
I guarantee Joe Biden's dad did not say that to him.
Just show me at the bill signing for other victories, to enshrine marriage equality into the law, to make Juneteenth the first new federal holiday since the establishment of Dr. King's holiday. The idea, if we can hold a second here, the idea that we're supposed to remain silent on the abuses of the past, as if they didn't occur.
What's he talking about?
Woke, that's being honest.
Who is
talking about history?
Who's saying that?
But we have a lot of unfinished work to do, though. A lot of unfinished work. We have to keep.
You better get busy, Joe. You don't got much time left.
New Congress.
Oh wait, this new Congress. Hold on.
A lot of unfinished work. We have to keep building on it and defend our progress, because this new Congress, look, I know I get criticized from some of you and some folks in our party, my party, but I'm ready to work with the new Republican House on any Republican or any Republican Congress.
Oh, I don't believe you.
Progress for the people of America.
I don't believe that for a
like
second.
Many Americans, I was disappointed to see the very first bill that the House Republicans, and Nancy, you probably rolling over when you saw it, are bringing to the floor that would help the wealthy people and big corporations cheat on their taxes.
Really? That was the first bill that they brought to the floor was let's help rich people and corporations cheat taxes?
Ordinary middle-class taxpayers. You know, all these new IRS agents we have is because they fired a lot of them and a lot of retiring. And guess what? Who needs serious agents to know what they're doing and not doing?
Sorry. Sorry about that. Jesus Christ.
Who needs serious agents to know what they're doing and not doing? The billionaires.
No. Okay, there are not 87,000 billionaires in the world. Like, how many billionaires are there in the world? 2,668. That's how many billionaires in the entire world there are. You don't hire 87,000 new IRS agents. You don't double the size of the IRS to go after the billionaires. You hire that many more agents to go after the fucking middle class. I guarantee it.
Billionaires.
They are not going to go after the billionaires. They will not do a goddamn thing about the billionaires. The millionaires and the billionaires. They ain't got shit to worry about. Do you see them quaking in their boots? Do you see them spending any of those millions and billions to try and fund some kind of campaign against this idea? No, because they know it's not it will never fucking happen.
And according to nonpartisan Congressional Budget Office, this one bill alone will add $114 billion to the deficit. This is their first bill.
Well, you bragged earlier that that in this year alone, which I don't know how he's coming up with that, since we're 18 days into this year so far. That this year alone he's dropped the deficit by $1 trillion. So we're still up.
Bill.
We're still doing.
Campaigned on inflation. They didn't say if elected their plan was to make inflation worse.
No, they.
Plus, House Republicans introduced another bill.
What?
On the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, blocking action.
Hold on. His weird whisper talking makes him sound as if he's the weird old man at the bar who just started kind of that you never invited or were interested in. I guarantee you that he has been that creepy old man. Also, Joe Biden, is he gonna bitch about them blocking him emptying the strategic oil reserve? No, he's been slurring throughout this entire speech in a weird way.
The bill on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
Petroleum. He sounds a little Mike Tyson-ish.
Just another bill on the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, blocking action that would help lower gasoline prices and help consumers.
That's not what it's for. It's for things like war, dude. It's not so you can lower taxes before an election. That is a blatantly, just immoral, unethical usage. If, forget the actual, how dumb it is. Because what are you gonna... You're gonna empty the strategic oil reserve? Strategic, Joe. Do you know what strategic means? Strategic. Relating to the identification of long-term or overall aims and interests and the means of achieving them. Petroleum. Good cool cat. Petroleum. Ooh woo.
They're preparing to vote on a third bill. They want a national sales tax. Let me say this again. I know if I said that, it sounds like, what's Biden making up here? They want to raise tax the middle class by taxing thousands of everyday items, from groceries, gasoline, clothing, cutting taxes for the wealthiest, because they want to supplant the money lost from taxes on the millionaires and billionaires with a sales tax on virtually everything in the country. What in God's name is that all about, other than what is obvious? They want working class folks to be paying another 10, 20% in their taxes, depending on where they live and how they're spending the money. And they're going to reduce taxes for the super wealthy. Now, if we didn't see it, I think this is making this stuff up. If I told you...
It's almost like you are. It's... Man.
In 2023... a party was going to run on a national sales tax? Well, that's how they're starting their new term. Cutting taxes for billionaires. And by the way, the number of billionaires went up during the recession. Up.
Yeah.
They went up.
Yeah.
Raising taxes on working families?
Yeah, because Democrats part of the reason is because Democrats shut everything down. So everyone was forced to use, and there were literally these corporations that he's bitching about. They hired people who literally would just show them how to navigate like the state's COVID system so they could stay open and make money. And basically they artificially funneled everyone into a handful of companies. And guess what? Some billionaires were created.
Making inflation worse? Let me be clear. If any of these bills happen to reach my desk, I will veto them. Any of them. What I was saying during this last election cycle, this off-year election.
So you're a lame duck.
Said, you gotta be making this up, Biden.
You're a lame duck. That's what you're saying. You're a lame duck.
Social Security or Medicare, which Americans have been paying into it with every single paycheck they've earned since they first got their first job when they were 16 years old. But if Republicans want to work together on real, that's what they want to. They're going to argue that the thing is that for them to be sustained, you're going to have to change the way in which it works. Instead of putting more money in to guarantee Social Security, they're going to kind of.
God, he's such a shitty president. It's just he has zero fucking charisma.
Look, if they want to work,
it's just so boring watching him fucking talk.
Works for everybody. I'm ready. One more thing. I don't want to hear a word from the other side about my student debt relief plan.
You mean the one that you're not
Let me tell
gonna?
you why I say that.
You mean the sham one?
It's going to help tens of millions of folks on Pell Grants. We're hit financially because of the pandemic. 70% of black college students receive Pell Grants.
So?
Many black students, the saving will be significant. Including wiping out their student debt completely. That's a real game changer. And by the way, it will increase economic growth, not diminish it.
You know what? I'll compromise on the student loan debt thing because I think my generation, like, I think like a lot of kids are stupid at 18, and a lot of us got told, yeah, you need to take out loans for college because if you don't, you're fucked. Your whole life is fucked. Everyone's doing it, and you are a shitty, stupid 18-year-old. And so I'm willing to compromise on that issue, but I think they should freeze interest rates on it. You will not convince me that people should not have to pay back money that they took out as a loan. But I think just freezing interest rates, or just erasing interest rates. No, not don't erase them, just freeze them. And that'd just be it.
But the other side is dead set against it. These are the same folks who didn't have any problem at all during the pandemic to vote for and make sure they get this so-called pandemic relief loans. We all supported it. But guess what? A lot of these folks in the Congress, on the Republican side, were beneficiaries of these tens of millions of dollars. Not individual. I think the highest individual one was $1.2 million or something. I didn't hear a word.
What?
I did not hear a word from them about they shouldn't be getting that relief. We didn't limit how much. We said if you had a loss and it was legitimate in business, then you get to wipe it away. And they're complaining about some kid being able to take away $20,000 in student debt that keeps him and his wife or his husband. Her husband
those are
from
different
being able to buy a home
things.
or start a business or just get going. Or these same folks are going after us. They're the ones who voted for the tax benefits of the wealthiest and biggest corporations that weren't paid for.
Joe?
The Trump tax cut was
of well over almost $2 trillion. Not a penny of it was paid for. So give me a break.
Give me a break. Come on, man.
Currently, the only thing blocking my plan is them suing us. My administration is making
That sounds like a serious roadblock. Look, the only thing standing in the way of my plan is a serious lawsuit.
I said I'd have yours on this one and so much more. I have your back. We got to stand together. We got to stand together.
Move
including
forward.
Protecting a woman's right to choose.
Oh yeah,
we have to continue to fight for racial justice.
Don't forget abortion.
We got to cut black child poverty. We cut it in half in 2021.
Cut black children
of the child
up.
Tax credit. We should be permanently cut it.
Permanently
Now,
cut
I need
black
your help
children
to make it
out of
permanent.
women,
I
pregnant
was
black
pleased
women.
To see Democrats and Republicans work together to pass the Electoral Count Reform Act to
Cut 'em out of
protect the will
there.
the people. Nancy, thank you for getting that done. And a peaceful transfer of power.
Kill
We have to
blacks,
get the votes
Joe
in Congress for
Biden.
The John Lewis Voting Right Advancement Act.
Kill it.
And the Freedom to Vote
Kill
Act.
it. Kill it. Kill
That's why I
black
went to
child
London
poverty.
A year ago to make clear we cannot let the filibuster be an obstacle in protecting the sacred right to vote, period, if we get there. Let me close with this. Many of you have been working on these issues.
He just goes into like the producers. It just goes into some wildly, and he's like, "Let me close with this. What's the worst part about being a clown? Getting the blood? Or no? Oh yeah, I fucked it up. I butchered it. I was so excited to tell that joke. Oh man."
Just for a long time. Over the past 2 years, we've gotten an awful lot done together. We got a lot done together. So let's keep it going.
Let's keep it going. We keep going
In the
now.
world. We're doing better than any other major nation in the world today.
Right now, at this moment, at least.
That's what I thought about yesterday at Ebenezer. And that inflection point in history we're at. The path is clear. To go forward,
Not backwards.
go together.
Upwards, not
Let's be guided
downwards.
By Dr. King's light and by the charge of Scripture, which is, let us
And
never
always
grow weary in
twirling,
what is
twirling towards the
For if we
future.
do not give up, we will reap our harvest in due time. Well, we're going to reap the harvest. Let's remember who we are. We're the United States of America, and there is nothing beyond our capacity.
There's nothing we can do about
nothing
it.
if we do it together. So God bless you all. God bless the King family. And ladies and gentlemen, may God protect our troops. Thank you so very much.
That you put in harm's way. Alright. Jesus, God help us. Alright, we're gonna skip the press briefing. We're gonna go into genderqueer. That took a lot longer than I expected. Or, like, way longer than I expected. It did. You're right. I was just so caught up in like him, like I was so ready. Also, like he was ready for that to be over, and I was ready for it to be over too. I was, but you know, you're right. So this is genderqueer. I read it's there. It's I believe it's divided into 3 parts. Part 1 is the first 100 pages, and it's exactly 100 pages, and the story does not quite wait. It was published at 1319 Southeast Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard. What are the odds? I don't know. There's not really a plot. It's a memoir, but I don't even know how to give a quick rundown of this fucking shit. It's like, okay, so, okay. Okay, how do I say this? Genderqueer, a memoir, is, in my opinion, the story of a woman, man, I'm not sure at this point. I don't honestly remember. I think it's a girl. I don't know what her pronouns are. I'm just gonna say she because at this point, at the beginning of the story where I'm at right now, she's a girl, I guess. Yes, that is her and her sister. No, her brother, obviously, because her brother's not squatting. Peeing in the yard. This is how she describes her childhood. Her family moved. She doesn't use the word hippie, but it seemed okay. This is like someone unintentionally wrote a story with an unreliable narrator, because it seems like she was probably most likely. I suspect. I don't know for sure, but she strikes me as someone who has a cluster B personality disorder, like narcissistic or borderline, and likely suffered from horrific abuse, probably sexually as well, and or neglect throughout her entire childhood. As happy of a face as she puts on everything, it's like you read vaguely between the lines, and the whole situation seems super fucked up every time. So, like, they move out to this commune when she's 3. Oh, and like I said, they're all hip. Her parents are hippies. It's 1992, but she never calls them hippies or this like compound or commune. But she's like, they just moved out into one of 2 houses on a 120-acre property in Northern California with no electricity and no flush toilets. And they just like let their kids, like, she did not know how to read until she was 12. She doesn't know what to do about shape. Oh god, I have to close my eyes and keep scrolling for a few seconds. Okay, I should be good. There's this completely made up story. It's like those. It's like a series of those stories you see on Reddit that are clearly made up. It's like that end with and then everyone clapped. As far as I know, a woman raised in a technologically backward hippie commune in California struggles to integrate into society as a consequence of her neglect, and at some point becomes a tranny, is essentially the plot of this book. Kinda. She listens to David Bowie, and like somehow shit like this, it's shit like this page here, that I'm like, this seems like something a fucking serial killer would do. I was 11 or 12 years old the first time I can remember fantasizing about having a penis. I was lying fully clothed on a hillside under an open sky. I held a folded handful of grass between my legs, safe in the knowledge that, if discovered, I could release my imaginary member and it would disintegrate back into stalks. Like, that's weird and creepy. Yeah, she could not read until she was 11 or 12. Like how she lists like all the books she read one summer. She's like, I included the 2 books I had to read for school, and they're the only good ones. The rest are like I guess Watership Down's good, but it's like The Princess Diaries She read Lord of the Rings, Sandman, like queer books, gay sex scenes. I don't remember this part. I think I blocked it out. Oh, this is the part where she goes to get a haircut and she's like, I want it to look really, how does she say, not too grown up? And then she puts an asterisk and writes that what she means by that is not too feminine, like kind of boyish, and then kind of gay is what she really means. But then she hates it and is pissed for the rest of her life, has never gone to a salon or barber shop to get a haircut again because that woman did such a horrible job cutting her hair. Oh yeah, there's a lot of penis envy. And I don't remember who it was last time I streamed that was like, this entire story is just like penis envy, the story. So this is towards where we left off. Also, the fact that like the first part 1 is just like, because the whole thing is like 242 pages, okay? The fact that part 1 is like exactly 100 pages makes me think that is a completely arbitrary, like, there's no actual structure. It's just like, I don't know, make the first 100 pages volume 1, I guess. And then I can't have one that's like just 42 pages. So the other, like, they took some of, took some of the second 100 pages and gave to the 42 pages to kind of beef it up. I'm convinced that's how this book was edited. She comes out to her mom. She goes, Mom, I'm pretty sure I'm bi. And her mom says, I always thought you were one of those kids who could go either way. Which is a weird thing to say, in my opinion. Sordid, have you ever snuck out a piece of bologna and made a slit down the middle, then take it to your room and fantasize that it's your vagina while holding it between your legs? Dude, I'm freaked out right now. Do you got a camera in my... are you watching me through my webcam or some shit? Who are you? Quite the sound. That's... Have you ever seen that picture of that girl? Like... And you look at it, it's just like this little girl... This, and at first glance, it looks like, oh my god, what happened to that girl? Like, I eat my own face. But at first glance, it looks so terrifying. But it's just like a little girl with like a piece of like ham. With like a couple holes cut in it over her face. And people would post it and be like, please pray for her. Due to Obamacare, this little girl has to go without treatment for her terrible skin condition. Please like and share. This poor girl was born with a terrible disease. I also found this very symbolic. Towards the end of part 1, at her high school graduation 2007, she was the only AFAB assigned female at birth graduate who wore pants. Something that I lost when I cut my hair. Visual unity with my long-haired family. Now that, I feel like that is unintentionally very, like, psychologically revealing that she would even recognize its importance on some level to that degree that she included it in her memoir. But I don't think she actually is smart enough, or she lacks the ability for introspection to the point that it would never occur to her that this is clearly her separating herself from her family symbolically in some way. Something I gained: confidence and happiness. It's also a little odd that it made her confident and happy not to have long hair like her parents. My parents met when they were in college. My dad was 19. My mom and my God, I'm turning to Joe fucking Biden. Hold on. Sorry, my fucking mouth hurts. And my mom was 21 when I reached each. God, this writing of these respective ages. I remember thinking, wow, I'm the same age as my dad, and he met my mom. Wow, I'm the same age as my mom, and she met my dad. Now I find myself thinking, my God, they were babies. I don't know. I just made myself laugh. That was just me straight up making myself laugh. You fucking idiot. Meet the art student meme. I just discovered DeviantArt. Oh, you poor thing. Do you need to talk about it? Want to see my Sonic OC? Age 18, gender, ? Zodiac Taurus, year of snake. House Ravenclaw. Myers-Briggs, ISTJ, strengths. Drawing, reading, writing. Remember, clearly, the evidence says otherwise. I think she can draw and read and write, but weaknesses: math, technology, pop culture. That's not a imagine you're a superhero. What kind of fucking weakness is pop culture? It's Dylan mixed with various Simpsons. It sort of doesn't know what voice to use for this character anymore, because last stream I just did kind of a deep voice. I imagine that she affected like a deep voice. But also my mouth kind of hurts, so it's kind of easier to do the Dylan thing for the moment. In my bag, my first laptop, but I didn't know how to type. How do you not know how to type when you're 18? And you know what DeviantArt is? What do you mean you don't know how to type? Who doesn't know how to type? The letters are all right there. They're labeled. It's not like a piano. Flash drive I didn't know how to use. You're just fucking plugging it in, you moron. Dorm key. I was afraid of losing. At home in the country, we didn't lock our doors. Biography of Andy Warhol. Is it? But not an artist, just a potential pretentious prick. Everyone around me seemed to glow with potential. Look at all these women with all their fucking potential. I remember thinking, the person I spend the rest of my life with might be here in this cafeteria. But slowly, the glow faded. And slowly the embers went out. They stopped burning. We enter part 2, where she becomes an undead, escapes the asylum, and has to reignite the flame before it's extinguished completely. I joined the drama club, but was disappointed. So this is officially part 2 beginning right now. Give me one sec. I gotta get a drink. So, part 2 will not begin officially right now. I'm a liar. Who just realized that this would be a much better time actually to go pee and get a drink. Okay. Let me see what do I have? To keep you guys entertained. What do I have? No, because last time I have to be, some of the stuff, I should probably remove from this playlist because, oh! How could I not have played this yet? Of course. Holy shit. Okay, I'll be back in 1 sec, and then, we will begin, part 2 of Genderqueer, a memoir by Kobo Miname or something like that. I don't know. Be right back. Don't go anywhere. Like the video, goddammit. Like it. Spread it. Share it. Subscribe. Post comments. Spam it. Just go to I actually don't think I can actually say that. I think it's against TOS. Anyways, I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
I wear my wife's when I go to the town. You think it's gross when I'm wearing her pantyhose. You call me sick and you call me a clown. I think I might have human tonight to come to me cause I'm coming to you. I think I might have you for a bite. I'm gonna cook me up some He-Man stew. Cause transvestites can be cannibals too. And I'll feel better after I eat you. Cause I hate people when they're not polite. If you end up on my table then it serves you right. And when I was young I wore my sister's clothes. I like to paint my nails, and I had secrets no one knows. But now that I'm grown up, I cook dinner for my wife. I still carry my secrets along with people, 'cause I ain't popular. I'll eat these words tomorrow, 'cause I'm bipolar. It's okay to be different, unless you're all by yourself. You think you're so fucking special. I just don't understand the reason why I sin. Why can't I be a bigger man and walk away when you tear me down and make me feel like I'm worth nothing? But then again, I'm sure that you deserve what you'll be getting. And when I was young, I wore my sister's clothes. I liked to paint my nails, and I had secrets no one knows. But now that I'm grown up, I cook dinner for my wife. I still carry my secrets along with the butcher's knife. All right. So you don't like being tied up? Well, I don't like being me. You're so shallow-minded, you think I'm only what you see. Take me out of the herd and put me on display in front of your friends, not knowing that this mistake could lead to your miserable end. 'Cause I'm rude, I'm ugly, I'm everything you hate, and I'm here tonight to put you on my plate. I don't care for your opinion, I don't want your point of view. Tonight I'll have a feast with compliments to you. And when I was young, I wore my sister's clothes. I liked to paint my nails, and I had secrets no one knows. But now that I'm grown up, I cook dinner for my wife. I still carry my secrets along with the butcher's knife.
exhale till the whole chamber is clear. That's not so fucking weird. Try to change this atmosphere, but they can't cause it's way too shit. How to make a hater disappear. Take shit where it ain't never been. Fuck what you thought could not comprehend this shit. If I fist to your brain with a 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, time. Criminal level, crunk lightning storm. Gotta wear all gang up torn. Ain't a picture big enough to feel.
Daddy's back from the store with his cigarettes and milk, just like I said I'd be. Okay. There we go. Sorry. Oh. I know it's gross, but I have to spit because I had a bit of an oral procedure recently. That I'm worried I might have gotten like an infection or something because it hurts like a bitch today and tonight, and I have some topical shit I can put on it that like just numbs it. However, it I think it's like some clove oil type shit's in it or something because it tastes fucking god awful. Ugh. It's disgusting. Anyways, let's go back to the story. Let's officially now start part 2 of Queer Book. Gender Queer, a memoir, the Queer Book. I just start. I didn't mean for that to be as like disrespectful as it came across, but it's funny and in hindsight, this like, and now let's go to the Queer Book, and I just spit. It's like out of disgust. I joined the drama club. I was disappointed to find it smaller than the one at my high school. Wait, what drama clubs did you join that's not at your high school? What are you talking about? However, this lack of resources led to me getting cast in a male role and my first experience binding. How's that feel? Too tight? No, it's good. At the time, I didn't know the dangers of ace bandage binding. It can lead to cracked ribs. Holy shit. How hard do you have to wrap your, like, how tight do you have to strap your tits down that you crack a rib? Hey, how are you doing, Tyler? Remove tits. I'm always impressed on true self-improvement and self-care involved in rejecting everything. Tyler, it's been a particular theme in this story. It's like from almost the very beginning, she was like, I want to cut my tits off. A few weeks after the show ended, I hate my, and she just goes back to like, I hate my tits constantly. Like, she not even, like, she doesn't even, really talk about her pussy. But it's all about her tits. She wants them cut off. Usually old Victorian whalebone from the British Empire days, from what I can remember. Those old corsets. Yeah, but those were sexy. Those push the titties up and make them look bigger. And make the waist all tiny. Maybe those can crack a rib, because they would have like other women like tighten them from behind, like as tight as they could get them. But like wrapping yourself in ace bandages, yeah, it was like it was like the lacing of like a tennis shoe, right? So you could like pull and it would all tighten. Like, it had leverage. Like, just, I don't know that you could say the same for just taking ace bandages and just wrapping them around yourself a bunch. But anyways, a few weeks after the show ended, I went to a formal school event. The ace bandage and a too long tie. Oh, she's going for the Trump look. What had felt liberating on stage felt embarrassing in public. Well, yeah, as someone who has performed on stage as a character before, if I wore that in public, it would be incredibly embarrassing. I put the bandage away and never wear it again. No, imagine she like falls and she's like riding a bike and she falls and scrapes her knee and she's like, no Band-Aid. I swore no bandages ever again. Just free bleed. I have spent so much time looking at boys in button-up shirts, jealous of the flatness of their chests. If I didn't have boobs, I'd take my shirt off all the time and feel delicious sunshine on my back. I don't have boobs. I don't remember the last time I took my shirt off in public just to feel delicious sunshine on my back. But I can't stand the feeling of air on my breasts. My boob. But this part, is she really saying this part out loud to herself at the beach? Because it has like a speaky word bubble. My boobs are holding my back hostage. I don't know. That's something an insane person says. That sounds like something when I worked with crazy people, like something they would just come up and say. My boobs are holding my back hostage. And you would have to be like, how? Like talk them down. A binder would have helped, but in college I didn't yet know that existed. Wait, so you? I don't know exactly how binders work, I guess. And I guess I don't want to Google it while I'm streaming. I don't know how it differs from a corset or just strapping them down with some bandages. I got a work-study job at the library. It's too bad you missed Kiara's birthday. We started playing Never Have I Ever with shots and it got so cray, says Ray, a coworker, her sophomore year of 2008. Someone said, never have I ever kissed a girl, and Molly took a drink. Can you believe it? But she refused to give any details. Type. Oh, wow. Haha, I know. I wonder if we get her drunk again, if she tells the whole story. Anyway, have I what? Have you ever kissed a girl? The thump. No, I haven't, but I am bisexual, so it's not like out of the question, haha. Like if you want to like make out or something, like that would be like totally cool. Right on, that's cool. Thanks. Well, she's the first person I've come out to at work. I wonder if she will tell anyone. Bitch, she just finished telling you a shitload of gossip. Of course she's gonna tell everyone. Kind of weird, but I'm glad I said it. That's probably why she told her, why she admitted it. Because she could have just said no, but she went further, probably because on some subconscious level, she knows what a gossip this girl is, and it's her way of coming out to all her coworkers without actually having to literally, like, personally do so. And then she'll be like, oh, everyone is accepting me, and they all were like, we all know that, you're bisexual, we're all cool with it. And they all just instinctively knew. I bet you guys fucking anything. Ba. Okay, I'm back. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. To be fair, with that haircut, my first thought would either be punk or gay. I mean, like, yeah, like you would see her, like the fact that she was gay, like up from a mile away. Although you gotta remember, it's also this is all her. Also, I need to why none of you motherfuckers told me to get my shit right. Oh shit. There. Assholes. Should I make this bigger? Is this better or worse? How's that? You think that's a good balance? I think most of the scenes would fit into here. Actually, now that I look at it. Or I could just go back to how it is by default. It's just, I don't know why it just occurred to me. At work a few days later, a girl I sort of recognized from a class, her annoying friend. Can you help us find it? Can you have us find a book? Sure, what are you looking for? Autumn here needs some books on human sexuality. Blush. Ha ha. Can you narrow that down? Is it for a paper? More of a project. Ugh, Toby. Ha ha. Shove. Okay, but do you need history, psychology, medical, social, pop culture? Oh, just like everything. Haha. Blush. What? I don't get. What is. Okay, well, I'm going to send you. I don't get it. Okay, well, I'm going to send you over to the reference library and she'll help you. Giggle, okay. People need to learn how to use the library. I don't get this. What's happening here? A few minutes later, I saw them leave. They're not even carrying any books. Whatever. Hey, Maya, I found out a secret. Oh, yeah? Someone has a crush on you. That's her reaction. I wonder if it's that girl who was in here acting so weird earlier. That'd be an awful strange coincidence if the author threw that in there for any other reason. I don't know how I'd feel about that. The last day before winter break. My two favorite coworkers, AJ and Fish, both out gaming. You know, they sucked each other's dicks. On my last shift of the semester, hey Maya, type. What kind of, how are these computers and books set up, like, together? It's weird. I'm not, just move on, don't think too hard about it. It's that girl. How does Ray know her? Hello, I want you to meet my friend Autumn. We've met. We had a class together. Freshman year, fall semester, speech. That's right, I heard that teacher got fired. Oh, he was creepy. Oh my god. Maya, this girl's looking for someone to give her heart to on Christmas. Someone to love. I don't know what reaction that is. But I don't know. How's that make you feel? Blush. Wiggly. Are you trying to hook Maya up? Oh, wait, it's a gay guy, so... wait. Are you trying to hook my... God, I can't get... Hey, Robo, how are you doing? Are you trying to hook Maya up? This is really awkward. Please stop. Apparently immune to embarrassment. I've never seen... I'm genuinely, like... a little bit impressed with how bold she is about just fucking going, yeah, fuck show don't tell. I'm just gonna tell. Even in the illustration parts, I'm just gonna write like she's apparently immune to embarrassment, so you know that she should be embarrassed, but she's not, and she's not faking that she's not. Turkish coffee grounds. Roach Pitbull Himmler. Okay, I don't know what's going on now. I have to go, bye! That's how I used to leave work every day. Every single day. Hiding upstairs in library stacks. Well, that might have been the awkwardest. I don't think it's a word. Most embarrassing incident of my life. Can't even imagine how Autumn feels. I decided to send her a Facebook request with a note. I decided to send her incredibly mixed signals. Type, type, type. Hey, I'm sorry. I ran away from you earlier. I'm thinking of killing Ray, and next time I see her, you want in? That's it? That was her. Alright, I think the gibberish is rubbing off on chat. It's just nonsense, word salad. That's a really weird thing to write to a coworker. Facebook friend request. Imagine getting a Facebook friend request from a coworker and they wrote, I'm thinking of killing our coworker next time I see her. You want in? She accepted and wrote back, I was going to thank her actually for finally getting me to talk to you. I'm kind of shy. It's hard to start conversations with people like you. What do you mean, people like me? No, that narcissistic personality disorder rears its ugly head once again. McSignal's conspiracy to commit murder. So do you want to killer, or just killer? Give me one. What the fuck did I do? Did I only grab one? God damn it. Hold on. I'll be right back. Hey, sorry for the delay. I've gotta get something. I'll be back in just 1 second. Keep just hanging in there. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Man, tooth pain really fucking sucks. I'm trying. I try not to take painkillers for it. What are you gonna do? Anyways, back to the story. Sorry about the interruption. I worked through the pain for you guys. My dedication to my art. What do you mean, people like me? Oh yeah, going back to my completely uncredited, unprofessional, illegitimate. Well, illegitimate. I wouldn't say illegitimate, but unqualified, amateur, assumptions or suspicion that she suffers from a cluster B personality disorder, probably narcissistic, possibly borderline, but probably narcissistic. Thanks to getting to know you. Don't worry, I'll leave you stable condition. Jesus. What do you mean people like me? Type. People I think are cute. Blush. I don't know how to respond. Oh no, that's such a queer thing. That's such a trans feeling. Not knowing how to talk to people that you might want to fuck. My parents' narrative of meeting in college was deeply pressed into my psyche. Well, that's a weird thing to say. I know how my parents met, but I would never say it's deeply pressed into my psyche. Think I'm supposed to want this? Like, it's weird that... Okay, and then there's lines like that show that something is very mentally wrong. Like, I think in part one, the line that really got me was the one where she talked about getting her first period and how she knew that girls get their first period at some point, but that she never thought it would happen to her. And I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. That's like delusional thinking. Something's clearly broken in her brain. And like this as well, like the fact that someone would show romantic interest in you and you would be like, I think I'm supposed to want this, like you're unsure. if it's okay to want someone to like you or not. Like, something deeply, deeply troubling in her, about her. She's cute, she's friendly, she reads, she writes poetry, and she sounds like me. She'd probably make out with me. She doesn't sound like me. But am I interested in that? I can't tell. I feel like this might also fit in with my theory that she might have been sexually abused over an extended period of time. If it's not, which would mean that it's not that she doesn't know whether or not she's supposed to want it, but that she has such strong negative connotations with it that it gives her these ambiguous reactions. I bet it would be really easy to make her fall in love with me. There's that narcissism again. Jesus, she went from, like, she would probably make out with me to, I could easily make her fall in love with me. But for her, it would be real, and for me, it would just be practicing. I don't want to talk about this through FB. That's Facebook. They're called Meta now. I told my dad about the situation. Hey, Dad, let me tell you about this mad puss I got back at school. I got hit on by a few guys when I was in college. At first, I thought it was a little weird. But if you aren't interested, you can always just say no. Wow, her dad, that's the most normal thing that's happened in this entire story up until this point. This is the only decent advice, like, anyone's given anyone is like, yeah, I've been hit on by people I wasn't attracted to before, but, you know, I just said no. And as a straight, white, cis, heteronormative male, I can confirm, yeah. Like, I've been hit on by guys before, and, I wasn't interested. So I just said no. And you know what? They were cool about it. It wasn't a big deal. Everyone, like, I haven't thought about it in probably since it fucking happened. I found the concepts of dating and relationships deeply confusing. What exactly do people get out of them? Love, companionship, sex. I mean, children, someone to grow old with, someone to share your life with, someone who every time you see them, your heartbeat quickens. Emotional support, financial support, in my case. That's what I'm looking for in a partner at the moment, is financial support. That's my number one priority. So I updated my Tinder the other day, and I just wrote, looking for someone to financially support my poor decisions in life. I ended up calling her on the phone. Thank God it was on the phone. I've never even been on a date. Have you dated very much? Is that code for, are you a whore? I've never dated a girl, but I had a boyfriend for 3 years. We broke up because of you, actually. What? Like a Charlie Brown. Ugh. That's weird. That's a lot of... Dude, I would bail if someone told me that, and I was like, that Like I barely knew them. I knew them to the extent that she knows her, and it's like I dated someone and they told me that they had dated someone for 3 years, then broken up with them because of me. I'd be like, whoa, that's a lot of pressure. I'm out. That's a red flag. He read my diary. He found an entry I'd written about you. Whoa. We had a huge fight, and then we broke up. That's crazy. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, maybe it was for the best. I guess. You're the first girl I've let myself have feelings for. I really want to try being with you. Will you give me a chance? This girl's been on a year-long emotional journey entirely based on just the idea of me. Any mentally sound human being who had that thought would respond with no. But what you want about the next panel is, well, she doesn't even know who I am, honestly. This isn't about me at all. What does a relationship mean to you? Companionship, texting when you're apart, holding hands when you're together, having each other's back. This all sounds like a friendship to me. Yeah, it's like friendship, but you touch each other between the legs. Plus that magical knowledge that you're the most special person to your partner. And maybe being physically intimate. Right, sex. Gross. All of the parts of a relationship that sound good I have already with my best friend. Oh my god, I'm in love with my best friend. After all of the other parts I don't want. I'm sorry, I guess I'm just not interested in a relationship right now. Sounds kind of gay. After the call ended. How many times will I have to say that? Will I spend my whole life trying to reject people as gently as possible? Bitch, you wish. See, this is also like the narcissism. Like, she, throughout the entire story, she has acted like people are constantly hitting on her or like trying to hook up with her, or like she's constantly having to find ways to turn people down because they're just crazy in love with her, and I don't believe any of it. Sex as a part of relationships is bizarre. She feels this level of disgust as an adult makes me really think something happened. Yeah, she's kind of playing a victim. Yeah, that's why I was like, especially after reading I called it early in part 1, but especially after reading part 1, I'm like a victim of trans fetishization. I don't even think it's that. I think it's that she gets off on telling people, like, publicly, like writing it in a book, for example, us reading it and discussing it about all the people that wanted to fuck her and how she rejected all of them. Like, I think her narcissism gets off on it. And yeah, throughout the story, she refers to sex as being like gross, but she fantasizes about having a penis. There's a lot of let's just say there's a lot of weird factors that make more sense if she were abused terribly sexually throughout for a long period of time throughout her childhood. Mixed with some cluster B personality disorder shit as well. Yeah, I think that's the narcissism. Quite the sound. Let's look up narcissistic. Lifelong pattern of exaggerated feelings of self-importance, an excessive need for admiration, a diminished ability or unwillingness to empathize with others' feelings, and interpersonally exploitative behavior. Narcissistic personality disorder is one of the subtypes of the broader category, blah, blah. It's often, blah, 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 blah. Okay, it's often combined with other mental disorders and associated with significant functional impairment and psychosocial disability. The psychosocial approach looks at individuals in context of the combined influence. Well, okay. Maladaptive patterns of behavior, cognition, and inner experience exhibited across many contexts and deviating from those accepted by any culture. These patterns develop by early adulthood and are associated with significant distress or impairment. There is no standard treatment. Its high comorbidity with other mental disorders influence treatment choice and outcomes. Blah, blah, blah. Where is... They got a lot on... Wait. Oh, wait, never mind. Okay, here we go. DSM-5 criteria. A grandiose sense of self-importance, preoccupation with fantasies of unlimited success, power, brilliance, beauty, or ideal love, believing that they are special and unique and can only be understood by or should associate with other special or high-status people or institutions, requiring excessive admiration, a sense of entitlement, unreasonable expectations of especially favorable treatment or automatic compliance with their expectations, being interpersonally exploitative, taking advantage of others to achieve their own ends, lacking empathy, unwilling to recognize or identify with the feelings and needs of others, often being envious of others or believing that others are envious of them, showing arrogant, haughty behaviors or attitudes. Let's see if any of that sounds familiar. I'm done thinking about relationships, also dating and crushes. It's all equally irritating and boring. I've got other stuff to focus on. Friendship is over 9,000 times better than romance. Besides, I get all of the drama I need by Queer as Folk. That shitty fucking HBO show from fucking 20 years ago. Interest in erotic gay fiction has been so prevalent in my friendships, one could mistake it for a prerequisite. Velma Maxing. This is a weird Peter Pan thing. I know nothing about the Velma stuff except that people just keep saying about how, like, it's one of those things, like, all I've heard people say about it is how it's, like, one of the worst things ever. And I don't know anything other than that about it, to the point where I've gotten curious, and I'm like, maybe I should watch it. Like, maybe I'll find it funny bad, if it's really that terrible. Sorry, I'm fixing my headphones. No, Sordid, it's that bad, ambiguous, and asexual. Oh, yes, that weird Peter Pan thing. I get what you mean. She wants to stay a child forever, somewhere between girl and boy, asexual. Yes, the Michael Jackson kind of thing. Don't. How can it be so bad? Is it a movie or a show? I have questions about Velma. If she gets upset, others aren't like her. Show series Velma thing. Is it a cartoon? Wokeified Scooby-Doo? Oh, she's a lesbian? They made her a well, I mean, everyone knew she was already a lesbian, but they made her, like, overtly a lesbian? Oh my god, wait. This latest Unifier appears to be a Scooby-Doo spinoff, Velma, which is, it's targeted at adults? Adults are not gonna watch a like a Scooby-Doo cartoon spinoff? Whatever their political persuasion, everyone seems to hate it. Except, rather weirdly, The Guardian, which gave it 4 out of 5 stars. The cartoon premiered last week to mostly abysmal reviews. Things are so dire that there are even conspiracy theories swirling that Mindy, is it Kaling? I know she was on The Office. Its star and an executive producer of the show made Velma terrible on purpose in order to make the left look bad. Why would she do something like that? I have no idea. My understanding is that she probably didn't, and that people are just getting angry online because people like getting angry online. From what I've seen, only clips, they also made her obnoxious prick. Yeah, they throw in violent sex and language? Really? Shaggy is black and goes on a date with a black woman named Scooby. You're fucking joking. Are you for real? Is it because he smoked so much weed? Is that the reason? Let's talk about Shaggy. Hashtag Velma from Diddly Do YT.
Well, this is who I am as a creator on TikTok, apparently, so let's talk about this and why this is a problem. I'm gonna give you all a few seconds. I want you to look at this, and I want you to tell me exactly what's wrong with this image. You got it? Alright, because I'm about... His hair isn't fucking shaggy! Now, of course, we can always make the assumption that the show isn't even going to call him Shaggy. They might actually call him Norville. Maybe the Shaggy nickname never even came up. And yes,
Okay, I've lost interest. That's wild. Mm. Mm. Hold on. I've gotta refresh. Interest in erotic gay fiction. And there's a sentence I want there to be a recording of me saying on the internet forever. Hey, quite the sound. Thanks for hanging out, man. Yeah, take it easy. I don't know how late I'm gonna be able to go because, pain and, having to be on, like, pain pills for it, so it's making me a little drowsy. Drowsy Sordid. I brought you some. Okay, I don't know. Is it doujinshi? Is that how you say it? Is it doujinshi? Doujinshi. I've never known how to actually say it because I don't read that shit.
Doujinshi.
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 Doujinshi. Doujinshi.
Doujinshi.
Doujinshi. Doujinshi. Doujinshi. Just have a stream where I learn Japanese in a day. Interest? Okay, yeah. Aragorn and Legolas make out in this one. Yay! High school. When did you first ship Sam and Dean? Why do those names sound familiar, but I don't know who they are? College. When Dean pushed Sam against the bridge in the first episode, that part is so hot. Shh, they're about to make eye contact. You mean eye sex? Ew. That's really gross. I'm sending you my favorite Merlin fic. Supernatural. I don't know. I have no idea. You have to read it because Merlin and Arthur are the OTP of my heart. I don't know what that means. This is grad school. Grad school for her was talking, and you have to read the Harry Lewis story I'm sending you. God, that's gotta be Harry Potter, doesn't it? So this is what she did in grad school. In fact, I'm shocked when a friend says, I'm not really into slasher gay comics. What, really? She slams the brakes. Get the fuck out of my car! I thought gay porn was universal. That is a weird thing to say. It is not. It is not universal. Why would you ever think that gay porn would be universal? Hey, Meats. Thanks for hanging out, man. Have a good night. Yeah, I'm probably gonna call it soon. Or just play video or something. because like I said, I'm getting drowsy. Later, she described herself as hetero-flexible and tried to explain why she liked lesbian porn more than gay porn. I think it's because I just don't know how to assign a sensation to a body part that I don't have. I assign sensation to a body part I don't have all the time. Sometimes I can almost feel where it would be resting against my thigh. During the oh my god, I have to point out how fucking weird that is, and that's all I want to say about it, is that's fucking weird. This is legit, like, serial killer kind of diary shit. During the 2010 Winter Games, all of my attention was focused on figure skater Johnny Weir. I was entranced. He is one of the most talented athletes I've ever seen, and he makes me want to wear glitter. As if the story could not get gayer. And so, they went to the glitter factory. So wait, why are we here again? I need rhinestones. Jones fabric and grab. Also pink ribbons and black legs. Why? I'm going to be Johnny Weir for Halloween. I went all out for my costume. Oh my god. I've never heard of this guy. Is this an actual person? You're out for the brain rot that's in. I hand-sewed a replica outfit with Phoebe's help. We watched his entire reality TV shows together, and later we read his book. Phoebe dyed my hair for the first time. Ink black. Welcome to my world. Be good, Johnny Weir. The clearest metaphor I had for my own gender identity in college was the image of a scale. A huge weight had been placed on one side without my permission. I was constantly trying to weigh down the other side. Assigned female at birth. No one assigned it to you. You're a woman. That is an immutable characteristic. But the end goal wasn't masculinity. The goal was balance. Top surgery, hormones, name, pronouns, baggy boy clothes, short hair. I like how so many of these people that are like gender neutral and stuff, like, fall back on the most stereotypical concepts of either gender. Like, girls can have short hair, boys can have long hair, but she's clearly put short hair in the boy category. Dressing up as a male character let me play with the idea of how I would choose to present myself if the weight of assigned sex had been placed on the other side of the scale. You mean if you've been born male? If I had been born a boy, I would play with this stuff every day. Long hair, jewelry, makeup, bright clothes, floral sparkles, skirts, dresses, nail polish, scarves, tassels, cute shoes. I was 21 when I wore this costume. I felt more sexy and more joyful than I had in a long time. I had to be Johnny Weir on wheels because I cannot ice skate to save my life. Okay, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is where we will be calling it for this evening. Because I am kind of, I don't know. I feel kind of loopy and very sleepy. So I need to call it. Sorry about that. Yeah, like I said, I had a procedure done recently, and it's been causing me quite a bit of pain this evening. So that hasn't helped with the streaming much either, but or the Anyways, this is why I'm calling it right here. Anyways, thank you everyone for coming out. I'm so glad to have had you all here. Thank you again, everyone. Please like, comment, subscribe, follow, give me your money. Well, all the other things, and sorry, I was reading something. Anyways, I hope to see you again, hopefully tomorrow. And, as always, we'll pick up right where we left off, don't worry. And as always, take it easy.